Fast Cricket Simulator in association with our kind sponsors Trade Nation. I've got Luke from Trade Nation here with me, with the action going on behind us. Luke, can you tell us what the boys and girls are going to do, please?
So today we've got a nice simulator going on. It's got a lot of fast technology. It's got all 3 balls actually set for them. It's their job to try and defend their wicket and try to score some runs.
How fast can we go?
We've got up to 90 miles an hour, but today it's there for the wicket to about 40 to 45 miles an hour.
Seen some good hitting so far?
There's been some very good shots. I think 3 of the boys are around right to the simulation today.
So thanks, Luke. Yeah, we've got 2 Maxes and 1 Ben. So let's start with Max, shall we? Max, you've been in there. What was it like? Ben, you, like me yesterday, got one first ball, I believe, but then you did pretty well after that.
Yeah, the first one I got really didn't do well. And then the second one I played a Hello everybody and welcome to the first Vitality Blast home game of the summer. Yes, summer really has started. Sam Dowling here, Somerset versus Essex, and alongside Essex Eagles I should say, sorry, brought to you on the Somerset live stream in conjunction with our good friends at Trade Nation, and I'm delighted to be joined this afternoon by someone who has been in action. I feel very lazy actually because I've not done much but sit on a train today, but Sophie Luff has been in the runs already. Sophie, how are you?
Yeah, afternoon Sam, good to be here. It's been a busy day so far, and yeah, looking forward to sitting down and watching some cricket as opposed to running around out there.
Well, yes, I mean, you were making other people run around, weren't you? Western Storm, if you haven't clocked, they had a 41-run victory over the Sunrisers a little bit earlier on today here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. And Sophie, the skipper, she's too modest to say she made 78 of 54 balls. But there was a bit of unnecessary stress at the end, was there, Sophie, with net run rates?
Yeah, it's an added bonus point in the women's game. So yeah, it's always a little bit. It's easier if you're the chasing team. You know you've got to get it before the 16th over. Makes life very easy. If you're trying to defend a total, then you've got to keep them to 4/5 of the total that you get, 80%. And there was a little bit of a message that came out, and the message that came out was wrong. So yeah, we were trying to squeeze, and we maybe didn't need to squeeze as much as we did. But yeah, we picked up a bonus point. So yeah, very good day for the Western Storm, and yeah, keeps us in the competition.
Well, very much does. There's plenty of games left in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, and here we are in the Vitality Blast. This is almost a repeat of the first game last season. Somerset played Essex Eagles. This time, Somerset have played an away game first, and a little bit of revenge for that final defeat against Kent last year. Somerset went down to Canterbury and beat Kent, and as did Essex, weirdly enough. Both teams have warmed up for this game with victories over Kent.
Yeah, the boys looked really good at Canterbury the other night. I was watching from my sofa at home. Always good to watch them. I never feel that they do that well on TV. I always get a little bit nervous watching Somerset on TV. But yeah, great performance from the boys, and Riley Rousseau on debut couldn't have gone any better, could he? Yeah,
if you want to endear yourself to a new set of fans, particularly against a set of fans who have seen you make 150 against them in the past, that runs is never a bad way to go. All right. Action from the middle then. Rob Scanlon's down with Tom Abel for the toss.
Thanks for your time, Tom. Simon Harmer, the Essex Eagles captain, lost the toss. Happy enough?
Yeah, I think over 40 overs the wicket isn't going to change too much. It's not a night game, so I don't think the lights and dew is going to play too much of a factor. We would have bowled first as well, but happy to bat.
Any changes for yourselves?
Cool. Same team as against Kent.
Go well today. Thanks for your time. So we've heard from the two captains. Somerset winning the toss and electing to bowl first. Get ready for blast off in less than 25 minutes time.
There we go. Thanks very much, Rob Scanlon, down there on the pitch. So the news is, as you would have just seen, the Somerset skipper, he's had a brilliant start to the morning. He's won the toss, and Somerset are going to have a bowl. He's done the opposite to you, Sophie Luff.
He has, yeah. Yeah, I guess we felt that it was going to be a good deck and wasn't going to change too much. Also, massive boundaries for us in terms of the women's game. We felt that we could defend a total if we got runs on the board. But it's always hard defending here. So, yeah, I can probably see why Tom's won the toss and bowled first.
Yeah, good decision there. Well, we'll find out if it's a good decision. Is it going to be a Western Storm Somerset double? So as we were saying, that win for Somerset up at Canterbury, it's been a bit of a bogey ground in recent years, well, until the last couple of years. Do you remember last year, Banton's 100 in the fog? And you watched that on the sky? Yes, I do remember
that, yes. Yeah, it was a brilliant innings, wasn't it? And yeah, hopefully he can get a few tonight. That would be great.
Yeah, 8-wicket victory then, Somerset up at Canterbury last week. And Essex, I mean, they're the 2019 champions. They won it. They had that amazing final. Well, they got all the way to finals day with the help of Mohammed Amir and Adam Zampa. Neither were then available for finals day, but we just saw their skipper Simon Harmer. I think on that day he took something like 6 wickets. He was man of the match in the final, scored the winning runs. A player like him to have in your side, just someone like that, it just lifts the whole dressing room. If you see, maybe Heather Knight is the equivalent in the Storm side, everyone looks over and goes, oh, Heather's here, so we'll be all right today.
Yeah, I think it is a little bit of a safety net, and I think you just know or you know what to expect from those sort of players. And it's not just their weight of runs or wickets, the way they actually contribute in terms of their performances. It's just having those guys around. You know that you can always count on them, and that's brilliant. And yeah, like you say, Harmer for Essex is a very big part of what they're about.
Yeah, very much so. And there's a friendly rivalry between Somerset and Essex that seems to have developed in the last 5 or 6 years, but based on both sides being pretty good outfits in all forms of cricket.
Yeah, two very good teams, aren't they? And the battle of the Trade Nation teams, both sponsored by Trade Nation, aren't they? As you can see in the box, we're very orange up here.
Yeah, it's not my colour, orange, not at all. Right, well, let's get some team news. And unsurprisingly, I would probably say Somerset are unchanged from that victory at Canterbury in the week. So we're assuming batting order is going to be the same. So we're going to have Tom Banton and Will Smead. What an opening partnership that is to the breakout star of 2019 and the breakout star of 2021. Riley Rousseau, who started with that wonderful 81 or 54 balls against Kent. Then there's a skipper, Abel, who also made runs. Tom Lammonby, who we saw open the bowling at Canterbury too. Lewis Gregory, he's been around, 10, I think 2011. He burst onto the scene in this competition. Goldsworthy. Ben Green, the one-day cup skipper as well. Rudolph van der Merwe, Marchant de Lange, Josh Davey. I mean, that's a serious side that bats all the way down. And what are there, 7 or 8 bowlers in that, Sophie?
Yeah, there's a lot of options there for the skipper, Tom Abel, in terms of, in terms of the bowling. But yeah, that batting lineup, Marchant de Lange at 10, Josh Davey at 11, and there's a lot of depth there. So yeah, hopefully they'll want the top order to fire, no doubt. But you've got guys coming in that can do a job, and I guess that gives you license to go even harder at the top as well.
Yeah, let's talk about Tom Abel for a little bit, because Riley Rousseau kind of grabbed the headlines, and rightly so, but Tom made 48 unbeaten, and he had a bit of a year that was punctuated by injury. He had that hamstring injury that recurred as well, so he missed most of the group stages. But in the last 3 or 4 years, from a guy that I think it's fair to say, and he'd probably admit he would because he's very humble, but he wasn't necessarily expected to play much T20 cricket, and he's suddenly playing franchise leagues around the world.
Yeah, it's amazing, really, and having seen Tom's work ethic, he works incredibly hard. So it doesn't surprise me that he's made a shift in terms of the white ball format and his skill in that respect. I mean, the thing that impressed me most about his innings at Canterbury, and I tweeted about this because I felt that Rousseau would get the headlines, but the tempo of which he batted was unbelievable, and it just shows how much he knows his game and knows what he's about. The ability to sweep the ball like he does, both sides of the wicket, makes it very hard to bowl at. But yeah, I think there's a lot to be said. T20 cricket, it gets all these headlines in terms of, boundary count and being able to clear the ropes all the time. And don't get me wrong, Tom can do that. But his ability to, hit gaps, hit space, he's a very clever cricketer, and I think that's probably his super strength.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it? Some people have physical super strength, and it's those big 100-yard sixes catch the eye. But someone like James Hildreth did it for years and years. I remember seeing him score 100 here, where he just swept and reverse swept his way to 100. Never going to get the headlines of a Chris Gale, but it's still beautiful to watch.
Yeah, absolutely, and he is certainly a player that you want to watch. And yeah, I guess Rousseau looked like he was always going to hit the ball so hard and going, big from ball one. He's interested in 4s and 6s, and I think, Tom Abel complimented him really nicely.
Yeah, and complimenting us really nicely here, well, complimenting Essex too, but sponsoring our live stream again this year is, of course, Trade Nation, and we're going to hear a little bit from them now. Yeah, there we go. Trade Nation, well worth a look. They've been brilliant. They will be doing the charity. They'll be donating money to charity. We'll find out a little bit later on for all the 6s hit. I mean, I'm a bit upset to be surrounded by orange, I have to say, Sophie. It's not my colour. I think if I had an orange jumper on, I would just disappear
Yeah,
into the background.
it's not my favourite either. We've got a very strong rivalry with the Vipers, and they obviously play in orange, so it wouldn't be my preferred choice either.
Of course, but we're very glad to have, we should say, very glad to have Trade Nation here. Let's talk a little bit about Essex. We haven't got a confirmed side yet, but they started with a victory against Kent at Canterbury as well. So you'd imagine it's going to be the majority of that side. Young Will Buttleman made 37 at the top of the order. Adam Rossington, I think, is going to be a fun signing for them, 29 off 16 balls, and one of my favourite all-time cricketers. It's a weird shout, but Paul Walter, there's something about him I just absolutely love.
What is it about Paul Walter you love then?
He's just like a cult hero. With his height, I saw him got removed. I was at a championship game last year, actually, and Ian Blackwell was umpiring, and Paul Walter got removed from the attack because he bowled 2 full bungers, and I just thought that was so Paul Walter. But anyway, he got 47 off 32 balls in that game. Talk to me about who you see the danger players are in that Essex side.
Well, they've obviously got Daniel Sams as overseas signing as well. So, yeah, he's definitely going to be a threat with the ball. And, you know, we've already mentioned him, but Simon Harmer, you can't really look past the skipper, can you? You know, bat, ball, he'll be leading the guys in the field as well. So, yeah, they've definitely got some danger men, and hopefully Somerset can get a couple early.
Yeah, they'll need to. So we've got confirmation of that Essex Eagles side now. It's Will Buttleman and Adam Rossington who's going to keep wicket. There's a couple of keepers in their side, but it is going to be Rossington who's behind the stumps. Michael Pepper, another young wicketkeeper batter, is going to bat 3. Matt Critchley, and a signing from Derbyshire in the winter, 5. Paul Walter, Daniel Sams, who Sophie was just talking about. Tom Wesley, who might even come in as low at 7. He certainly did against Kent midweek. Simon Harmer, the skipper. Aaron Nijar, Ben Allison and Sam Cook. It's an interesting side, that. A lot of spin options. I noticed Nijar, Harmer, Critchley. Wesley hasn't bowled in T20 for a long time now, but they do tend to get for at least half their overs with spin bowlers on. Yeah,
I guess they might look to take the pace off here as well. It certainly was the way that I went earlier today, you know, trying to restrict the sunrises as best I could, and I felt that pace off was the best option, so they might look to do that. I think Critchley is a great signing by Essex. He was actually at Welsh Fire with me in the 100. Very good player, and has obviously gone quite well in the 4-day stuff for them as well, so he'll be hoping to have an impact in the T20 format now.
Yeah, he certainly will. Brilliant cricketer, made 1,000 red balls. Exactly 1,000 red ball runs last year. I think he hit a boundary to win the game for Derbyshire to make it around 1,000. So a nice one for the numbers people. Right, we're going to head down for the first time today. I mean, I feel a bit left out, to be honest, because Sophie's made runs this morning. This man, T20 cricket, he's completed it, and he made 200 for Western-super-Mare at the weekend. Peter Trigo is going to tell us all about the pitch.
We're here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's time to have a look at the pitch we'll be playing on today. I've been told it's a hybrid pitch, so a mixture of obviously natural grass and a weaved in synthetic. So first impressions are it's been used, but it looks very firm underneath. Just bending down sort of around about a 7-yard length, which the seam bowlers will look to bowl on. It's rock solid. And I'll tell you what, even though I've batted in club cricket yesterday and could hardly move, I wouldn't mind a little bat on this later. And if we move slightly up the wicket, look what we see.
Oh, treat.
Somerset star batsman Tom Banton. First impressions of the pitch team?
Well, I've just got out here, but I think he summed it up quite nicely. I think it's obviously a hybrid, and a few years ago we played on them and they were pretty nice, good old days when me and you played together. But yeah, fingers crossed for a high-scoring game.
I've been told by the umpires this was the pitch that Middlesex chased down way over 200. I don't know the exact scores, but A.B. de Villiers, Owen Morgan got massive scores, and you'll be licking your lips to get a go on this later, Tom.
Hopefully, I think this year I've just kind of tried to give myself a chance, and then you can catch up so quickly here at Taunton. You can go at 15 and over if you want to towards the end. So yeah, fingers crossed for a good game.
Well, there's a full house here at Taunton today. Looking forward to seeing this man in action. Looks a great pitch. The weather's set fair, but there is a little bit of rain around, but we'll see how that goes. Hope we have a great day here. Somerset versus Essex coming up soon.
There we go, Peter Trigo. He puts me to shame in terms of dress sense as well. Always looking supremely smart, and lovely to hear from Tom Banton as well. We all know his white ball prowess. I mean, if he gets going, both today and this season, this crowd's in for a spectacular afternoon, Sophie Luff.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's filling up quite nicely, isn't it? There was a few in earlier for our game, but yeah, hopefully the crowd will enjoy the first T20 here of the season. And yeah, they'll be looking to get behind the Somerset boys. And yeah, like you say, if Banton gets going, then yeah, we've probably got one of the best views in the house, and so have the crowd.
Yeah, we're very lucky with this view up here, almost right behind the bowlers' arms. We'll be getting going in about 16 minutes' time. So Essex, as we said, they're unchanged from their victory over Kent on Friday night. Last year, slightly disappointing year for them. They finished 7th in the South Group, just the 5 wins, 8 defeats. They did come here and win at Taunton in the very early stages. Either side, they're a bit inconsistent. They won the 2019 tournament, but since then, they've struggled for momentum. Is that something they can look to arrest themselves, or is T20 so much about momentum and the quality of the sides around them?
I think it's one of those where, yeah, if you do get on a little bit of a roll, then momentum's great. But I just think in this format, you know, anyone on their day can take the game away from you. And these sides these days are, you know, so evenly matched, really. It is one person could take the game away from you. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how both teams shape up tonight. They've obviously, you know, both got a win on the board as well, so they'll be feeling pretty confident. But, yeah, just interested to see whether it's going to be Essex or Somerset come out on top.
Well, yeah, time will tell. It's been very close historically as well between these two sides. The head-to-head is 7 wins for Somerset, 6 for the Essex Eagles, couple of abandoned games. There's been some big scores as well over the years. Remember Marcus Draskovic making 108 down at Chelmsford. Oh, it's showing my age now. Must be 10, 11 years now. I'm sure Johan Meiber's got a century against Essex too. So we will find out very shortly. I think we might be using the same pitch as you were on, Sophie. What do you reckon is a good score? So Somerset are going to go out there first up, have a bowl. What will Tom Abel be saying to the team? Let's keep them down 2.
Yeah, look, it's a good deck, so I think it's going to be tough. Yeah, guys these days can, you know, go at sort of 9s, 10s quite easily. So yeah, I'd probably say, you know, 170, 175 is probably par out there. You know, they're probably going to get maybe a few more than that if they get going. But yeah, hopefully the Somerset bowlers can restrict them, and yeah, then the lads can do a job in knocking those runs off.
Yeah, and what do you think to Somerset? The club, Matthew Jack Leach is missing on England duty. He did make his T20 debut up at Surrey last year. Craig Overton is missing, and he actually had a brilliant season last year. Would often take the new ball, bowl 3 balls up top. Josh Davey probably going to do the similar thing today?
Yeah, absolutely, and he was very impressive at Canterbury, wasn't he? He was on the money, didn't give them anything, and he's just a really wily bowler. He's got great skills, and he knows when and how to use them. So yeah, great stuff from Davey the other night.
Right, we're not far away from the start, but Rob, I think, has grabbed a quick word with Jason Kerr. We'll be there very shortly. We'll be there with Jason Kerr. Good of him to give us our time very shortly. But yeah, Sophie was saying, Josh Davey, he did bowl those 3 overs up top. It's a crucial role with that new ball. Craig would often bowl 3 overs at the start, and then rather than bowl at the death, they'd wait until they needed a wicket and they bring him back on. Who's Somerset's wicket taker bowler? If you're Tom Abel right now and you need a Essex wicket, who are you going to?
Well, Gregory had the knack the other night, didn't he? But I like Roloff for me. Yeah, he gets in the battle and he knows his skill set very well.
Right, there's Rob now down with Jason Kerr.
To the season, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great to be back at home. We've obviously started the campaign well with a win, but to play at home is a phenomenal experience for our boys.
Same team and hopefully the same performance. It was very controlled, wasn't it, the other night?
Yeah, really clinical performance. I think, you know, it's my first win as a head coach, first game of the campaign, so it was unusual, but the boys were exemplary.
How hard is the competition for places at the moment? We saw George Bartlett get runs the other night against Sri Lanka, and the players who are not playing tonight almost just shows you the strength, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's really important for us to have that strength in depth. You want competition for places. It was great to see George and others perform brilliantly. James Root played superbly the other night as well. So there's pressure on the guys that are playing, and that's what we want. We want competition for places. That helps raise standards.
Riley Rousseau didn't take long to bed in, did he?
Oh, he played superb. He's fitted into the group brilliantly. He's a great lad. We know what a quality player he is. So for him to showcase his talent on the first performance was excellent.
It's the highest scoring ground in the world in terms of T20 cricket. Are you expecting that trend to continue this season?
Absolutely. We want to play a brand of cricket that's incredibly entertaining. We get great wickets here. It's a fast outfield, so as long as we get the right results, that may continue.
And with that in mind, bowling first, what are the lengths that the bowlers need to hit?
Look, we keep it really simple, so without giving too much away, the guys are clear on what their plans are. Again, the opposition are allowed to play well as well, but the more simple we can keep it, and obviously limit them to hopefully a chaseable total.
Jason, thanks ever so much for your time. Go well.
Thank you.
Jason Kerr there, the Somerset head coach, with us pitch side ahead of the match getting underway in 10 minutes time. Somerset unchanged from the other night against Kent Spitfires, against an unchanged Essex Eagles side who also beat Kent Spitfires coming into this game. Somerset winning the toss, bowling first. We'll introduce the players and officials in just a few minutes time.
Welcome, Pete Trigo. What an entrance.
Hello, Soph. How are you? Well battered this afternoon. I was keeping an eye on the old app as I was driving up from Weston. Fantastic. Nice little 70 odd.
Yeah, nice little innings. Yeah, my sort of first 50 here in a Storm shirt. So yeah, special one.
Oh, brilliant. And am I right in saying you played on the same pitch as well? Hybrid?
Yeah, hybrid, yeah. So it's
Belter?
nice, yeah, it was very, very good deck actually. Yeah, nice little bit of bounce and pace, which in the women's game is always a little bit of a bonus.
Is that not a norm?
Hasn't been in the past. We're obviously playing at a lot better and bigger grounds these days, so the wickets that we do find ourselves on are usually pretty good. But yeah, the women's game of old, you used to turn up on a used one, and yeah, it was usually pretty low and slow.
Well, rightly so. You're on the middle strips now. Awesome. Nice to see you get off the competition off to a flyer. That always stands you in good stead. I always liked a little early score. It kind of sets you up for a comp, doesn't it?
What do you fancy the Somerset boys' chances today then, Triggs?
Well, looking at the game the other night from the St Lawrence ground, I was maybe a little bit negative when I was on the live stream. You know, I think it became a bit of a bogey ground for us for quite a while. But the way Riley in particular played, and I thought Tom Abel, just played the perfect sort of partner role to Riley. Fantastic debut from him. Because I thought, there was a lot of chat about the wicket not being great, and you hear that and it gets into your psyche a little bit, and then you see 160 on the board, you think that's going to be a tough chase. And the way that they took it down, I thought was really, really impressive. And again, sets the team up for a really strong show. In Essex are always a dangerous team, but there's a lot of familiar faces not around. In particular, Ravi Bopara, Brian Tenderscarter. When you play against an Essex team, they're always quite powerful up top, but you always kind of fear that 5-6 positions which those two would fill, and they're no longer here. So a very, very much a different look from how I would perceive Essex. It'd be interesting to see how it goes. Somerset, I think, are always the team to beat in the South Group. Have been for a long time.
Yeah, they're looking pretty strong this year, aren't they? So, yeah, I think it's going to be a good afternoon's worth of cricket, and hopefully another win for the local team.
Yeah, it certainly will be. The ground is filling up here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. There are some clouds. Don't worry, to all those listeners that were listening in the championship game, I'm not going to go all scientific and talk to you about my weather knowledge. I have already put Sam in particular through that once this month, so none of that. But it is forecast to come in a little bit later. Hopefully those 5 or 6 great big floodlit pylons will keep the clouds away, and we can have a dry afternoon into the evening and see some cracking cricket. Because like I said, I was out there doing a pitch report. I don't know if you saw that earlier.
Yeah, we did see that, yeah.
One take wonder, apart from I did make a bit of a faux pas in the pronunciation of Essex somehow. But nice to see Tom Banton out there, and he kind of agreed with me. He was licking his lips to have a little bat on that, as you showed us earlier today.
Yeah, it's always a belter here, isn't it? So yeah, Scott Hawkins and his team done a very good job. So I can see Stumpy manning the boundary there, saying hello to a few fans down in the Somerset stand. Yeah,
you always smell Stumpy before you see him. He's run a few laps of finals day at Edgbaston. They're hot, sweaty things. Those outfits, aren't they? Even though obviously he's a real life wyvern.
Yeah. Has he ever won it? I don't think he's ever won it, has he? He needs to up his game.
Well, have you seen the size of his feet?
I do think that it's not fair at times. Some of them have just got, big. It looks like big feet, but they're definitely not. They're just like a little bit flimsy. Then they can just sprint off. They've got nothing on their legs, no big body.
Exactly. I was at one of the finals day and I was looking down. I saw Stumpy with these size 35 plates of meat, and I'm thinking he's going to struggle in those bad boys. No traction as well. They looked a bit slidey at the bottom, and I think it was the Kent Spitfire. He had a pair of Nike Air Pegasus on. I was like, this is not right. I think he had some polystyrene wings, and that was it. He was literally just primed, ready to go. And there's 8 foot tall, 30 kilos of Stumpy next to him. I thought this is going to be a bit of a mismatch, and it was. But it's nice to see him looking match fit at the moment, Stumpy, so fair play to him. And he's ready to enjoy this game as the players and the youngsters, the mascots, are making their way onto the ground. We're pretty close to kickoff. I always love these games. You know, you must get it with the Storm. You get that bit of a buzz, don't you, before the first ball? You know, it's quite unusual to have that sort of feeling in cricket. You know, you play a lot of championship cricket where it's all quite sedate, but a 2020 just has a completely different vibe. Yeah,
a completely different atmosphere, and yeah, great to see the Guard of Honour back in action. Obviously, due to COVID, that was missing for a long time. So yeah, we had, I think it was Taunton Cricket Club, load of girls doing our Guard of Honour earlier, which was great to see, and just shows just how far the women's game has come.
Yeah, it's always nice, isn't it? You've got to remember sometimes as sportsmen that every chance they're the next generation of player. So giving them a fist bump on the way out is always nice. Smiling faces, giving them a nice experience. Hopefully in a few years' time they'll be gracing the county ground with their surnames on their backs. The Somerset team are in the dugout, all ready to go. The ground, as I said, is filling up. The Trade Nation stand is filling. And we're ready for action. Who's going to be the star man today? Who do you think is going to be the star of the day today, so from a Somerset perspective?
I'd love to see Banton go well. I think he's one for me that could do with a really good knock, and yeah, he's definitely got it in him. So yeah, I'd love to see him whack it to all parts in the chase.
Yeah, I mean he's so destructive. It was interesting speaking to him when I was doing the pitch report. He mentioned that, you know, his method has slightly changed a little bit. He's allowing himself a little bit more time to get going. You know how destructive he can be. He can go at 250 strike rates once he gets himself set. So I think it's a real encouraging sign that he's sort of open to the fact of just taking his time a little bit. I always thought that the power play, even though it's a short period of time, 6 overs, kind of has 3 phases. You know, you have that first 2 overs where you're just trying to have a little look, assess the pitch, especially if a spinner's bowling. Is there any hold in the pitch? Then you've got those middle periods where you can really press the accelerator, and providing you don't lose a wicket, those last 2 where you can just go bananas. And it's good to see. You know, you can see, you know, he's quite worldly now. He's been all over the place playing in different franchise competitions, and you know, I think him really sort of engaging his brain with, you know, giving himself the best chance to be still there after that 6th over, because you know he's a guy that can score big hundreds in this format.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's no harm in giving yourself a couple of balls. I mean, these days, power play, they look to change up nearly every over, different bowlers. So you've got to quickly assess what they're doing. And I think that's where you talked about those last 2 overs in the power play. If bowlers do come back and bowl like a second, then you can look to line them up then. And yeah, it's good that Banton's thinking more about his game. I think when he burst onto the scene, maybe some players, some teams didn't really know too much about him. But yeah, looking to apply himself here today.
Yeah, he's definitely a key man for the team. But you look at the Somerset lineup, there's 11 key players out there. They could all put in a huge performance at some stage tonight. But you often see 6 different bowlers, don't you, in a power play? I mean, some captains, some coaches have these different theories. Don't, as you say, get lined up in a power play. Don't get sucked in sometimes by a bowler bowling a good over, because actually it's just the batter just, again, getting a sense of what you're putting down. As the Essex batters are on their way to the middle.
Kit's looking great, isn't it? I'm a massive fan of the kit this year. As the Somerset players just get a few throws going into Banton, warming up his gloves. Hopefully he'll be in the action. If looks like Tom Lammonby is going to open the bowling again, as he did the other evening at Canterbury, which was a little bit of a surprise, wasn't it, Dreeks?
Yeah, we haven't seen a great deal of Lammer's bowling, but he's certainly performed really well, and he actually looked like he was trying to bowl with a bit of pace as well. I think there was a period where, from my point of view, it looked like he got a little bit floaty, really looked to hit the pitch at the St Lawrence ground in Canterbury, so that was really, really exciting to see. Adam Rossington at the non-strikers end, and William Buttleman taking strike. A new name, a new face. I don't know much about this lad, so I'd be interested to see how he goes.
So interested to see how he goes, definitely.
As Lammers is at the top of his run to start off this game in the NatWest Vitality Bass. First game here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Patted towards mid-wicket, and Lewis Goldsworthy cleans up into Tom Banton. You're right, that is a splendid kit. I brought my my family with me today, and they were all rooting around my old kit closet. Dad, can we wear some of your retro shirts? I'll tell you what. There's some nasty polyester in that closet.
I was going to say, bet you got some belters in there.
As Lammers hits the pitch hard. Brilliant save there from Rolf van der Merwe. Diving through the foot. Always a bit of a bugbear for fielders to field at that point area. You've got a lot of rough ground. It's rock hard, but Rolf's always a man to put his body on the line for the team. Great stop there from Rolf. Fully committed as always.
Yeah, he loves it, doesn't he? Just chomping at the bit to get in the game, and yeah, he'll be happy with that stop.
He certainly is, as Lammers comes in again. Essex Eagles yet to score their first run. Another dot ball. Every dot ball is absolutely so valuable in this format. If you can build up a bit of pressure on the opposition, that's when the false shots start coming. So really good start here from Lammers. The first 3 balls bowled without score.
Yeah, very good start. He's currently got deep square and fine. Obviously, you can only have 2 out in the power play in this format of the game.
As he strays onto the pads, down to Josh Davey there doing the work. Nicely fielded from him. So tactically, so from your perspective, you know, the conversations across the teams based in this part of the world where you talk about the strategies and various things like that.
No, not too much, to be honest. But yeah,
should there be?
Yeah, I think there should be. Yeah, I think the way that the game's going now, the women's game is becoming ever more professional, and yeah, it'd be great if we had the opportunity to sort of tag team up with Somerset guys and the Gloucester guys, Glamorgan guys. We're obviously sort of split between those 3 teams at the moment, so yeah, it would be great. I think it's learning from both sides, really.
Well, I'm sure you'll get plenty of secrets out of the Somerset lads. I'm not sure about those that lot from Gloucester though. I'm not sure about those. As Lammers bowls his first ball to Adam Rossington, really dangerous player. Bit of a surprise move for Adam Rossington coming from Northampton to Essex, and he's scored a few runs for the club. He sits quite deep and looks for that short ball. He almost sweats on the pull shot. Anything short normally ends up halfway down a stand. But a really good start from Somerset. Tom Lammonby there, only going for a couple of runs. So massive tick in the box there. Nice use of the left arm, and so valuable, isn't it, having a left armer in the team? We were talking about it yesterday playing club cricket. We didn't have a left armer, and the team we were playing against had one, and it was just gave you something different.
Yeah, absolutely, and I love a left arm spinner in the team as well. So we've got young Sophia Smell, who made her debut last week at Chelmsford, and just having those options as a captain, left arm, right arm, different spin options is always good. And I think in this short format, the more options you can have, the better. Keep changing it so batters can't sort of set and line you up, like I said earlier.
Definitely. I think it's always brilliant to have as many options, especially from a spin perspective, taking the ball away from the bat. So if you've got a left-hander in a conventional off-spinner and right-handers, again, either a leggy or a left-arm spinner, almost feels a bit more risky to take them on when the ball's spinning away as Josh Davey runs in and bashes back of a length. Adam Rossington on the splice of the bat just creeps that one into mid-wicket, the vacant mid-wicket area.
Yeah, good to see they've got a slip in. Nice and positive from Tom Abel, the skipper there. Trying to get an early wicket here.
Yeah, Lewis Gregory, I believe, stood at first slip next to Tom Banton. Tom Banton marshalling the troops. Real big job for a wicketkeeper, getting the angles right, the angles that the captain can't always see. Josh Davey at the top of his run, coming into bowl to Buttleman, who steps away and has a bit of a swipe. But inside thick edges it to Machant Delanga at mid-on. I certainly wouldn't want to take him on. Definitely not in a rugby or a bar fight or anything like that. Geez, look at the size of the man. He's got some shoulders on him, hasn't he?
Yeah, he must be nearly double the height of me, I would have thought. He's a big lad. Gets it down, doesn't he? So, yeah, it's a good start by Davey here as well.
As Josh Davey comes into bowl again.
Yep, no problem.
A thick edge.
Just going to take a look at the fan village at the end of the over. So that's something to look forward to. There's lots of young kids in the crowd today. So yeah, hopefully they'll be enjoying that one there.
A fan village. That sounds exciting. What would be in a fan village? As I saw as I was walking through from the Colin Atkinson Pavilion to the Trescothic stand, lots of bats and balls and food stands and various different things like that. As Josh Davey bowls a beautiful length. Buttleman steps away trying to carve it over cover, but he's got a thin edge through to Tom Banton. And the Essex Eagles have lost their first wicket. 3 for 1. A great start here from Somerset. We know this is a good pitch. Somerset are very much on top at the very start of this game.
Yeah, they've been hitting their area as well, haven't they? Both Lammonby and Davey. Buttleman never looked to be settled at all, and probably that shot was a reflection of where he was early in his innings. Under pressure, a few dot balls, got to make something happen, and yeah, Somerset getting the wicket there, which is great to see.
Yeah, it's crazy how it gets in your head as a batter, 3 or 4 dot balls, especially in 2020. Everyone's obsessed with your strike rate. How many runs did you get? I got 10, but I got them off 2 balls. Yeah, but you got 10. It's all about your strike rate in the modern game, isn't it? And you see no runs or 1 run, 10 balls, and the strike rate looking low, and you just feel a massive sense of you're letting your teammates down, or your team, or your fans. And that brings in the sort of more expressive, outrageous shots that can be so high risk. And I think he showed his cards the first time he did try that and clothed it down to Delanga. To me, Taunton, you really ought to be looking to hit straight. So again, that bit of pressure makes you think in strange ways as Josh Davey comes into bowl to Michael Pepper to face his first ball. And he nips one back as Josh Davey has an absolute knack of doing through to Tom Banton. Probably quite lucky not to get an edge on that.
Yeah, it's good delivery there by Davey, and yeah, first ball for Pepper, and yeah, it's a decent nut.
Josh Davey looking to close out this second over for Somerset. A successful second over, a back foot punch to Tom Abel, to Tom Banton. The Essex Eagles 3 for 1 off 2 overs, and we go to Rob Scallon, who's in the fan village.
Yeah, great place here. You can grab a drink, but still get a great view of the cricket, like Gabe, Will and Archie from Exeter University Cricket Club. Archie, did you not get the memo about what the theme was, or have you done something wrong?
Well, they all just didn't really notify me, and they just came without me, and yeah, I regret my decision now.
How many of you here?
So I think it's about 8 of us. I reckon the other boys are over on the other side of the pitch, but yeah, there's a lot of us.
First boundary of the day, Adam Rossington there. Tom Lammonby coming in for his second over. He's run down and bopped him over. Mid-on, a better option to hit straight here at Taunton. But again, as we discussed, so it's always a risk going for that second over. Rossington's had a look at him. Could be going to take him down, but he's just top edged that straight back to Tom Lammonby, and Essex are in real trouble now. 7 for 2. Everything they try seems to be going the wrong way for them as the dangerous Adam Rossington is back to the pavilion.
Yeah, it's a big wicket there, and yeah, well bowled by Lammonby. to reply after being hit for 4. Really good from the bowler, and actually I thought that Rossington, that previous ball, looked to have good intent, but again just didn't get in the position that he wanted to for that shot, and cost him his wicket in the end.
Yeah, it was almost a little bit predictable. Came down the wicket, had success hitting him over the top, and then he's gone back to what he likes, which is the short ball. He's sweated on Tom Lammonby responding with a shorter ball. He's obviously done his stats on him and how dangerous he is with a short ball. He's hit a good length. And Rossington's got that completely wrong and just popped a return catch up for Tom Lammonby. Somerset have started this game superbly. 7 for 2. That is not the score you want at the start of a power play. It almost makes the power play quite difficult to maximise now, doesn't it, Soph? Because, 2 down is not the end of the world, but if you lost another one inside the first power play, you'd be in a lot of trouble. So it might just change the tactics here from the Essex batters as Critchley gets off the mark. First ball goes across his stumps and flicks it to 45, which is Josh Davey.
Yeah, the power play is always interesting because it's obviously there to be exploited, but yeah, you lose a couple of quick wickets, and that's exactly what Essex have done here, and they'll need to just consolidate a little bit. They'll still want to be going hard and have that intent and look to get on top of the Somerset bowlers, but at the same time they've got to be a little bit smarter in terms of the options they're looking to use now.
Michael Pepper runs down the wicket and swats it over mid-wicket, doesn't get much of it. Langer does the fielding.
Yeah, that wasn't convincing at all either, to be honest. So yeah, Essex under a little bit of pressure here, and it's been a great start from Somerset, and in particular Lammonby.
Yeah, these hybrid pitches, I think they do offer a little bit more bounce, don't they? I think that's generally a characteristic. They get good pace and bounce. They stay together a bit firmer because of the artificial weave that's put into the wicket. Nearly chips up a return catch to
Lewis Goldsworthy in there, I think it is.
Yeah, that's Goldie, isn't it? He's electric there in mid-wicket, just popped up off the leading edge. He'll be swooping in there for that catch, no doubt. Yeah, cagey start here from the Essex Eagles. There's going to be a bit of a stick or twist conversation soon. They've got to get some runs on the board as Lammers comes in again. Michael Pepper down the ground, inside out over mid-off, and a fantastic shot for a couple of bounces into the boundary in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. A really good shot. These two are dangerous players. In particular, I think Matthew Critchley's moved to Essex from Derbyshire, pretty dangerous cricketer.
Yeah, it's a good signing by Essex. I was just saying on comms earlier that he was actually at Welsh Fire in the 100, which was the team that I was at last year. So yeah, he's a dangerous player, both with bat and ball. And yeah, he's obviously going to be looking to want to make an impact at Essex as well. He's gone pretty well in the county championship so far, I think, for them, but he obviously wants to make an impact in all formats, having made that move.
Quite a rarity here. Both the opening bowlers having a second over. A good sign that things are going pretty well for Somerset when you can use your new ball bowlers again and again to try and get through this power play.
They obviously heard us talking about 1 over stint streaks and gone against what we were saying, but I think when you get on top and you get too early, I think it does allow you to sort of eke out a second over from a power play bowler, and that's what Tom Abel's chosen to do here today.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yes, Soph, you're exactly right. You will never hear the words Mystic Triegs. Every time I do make a prediction, it's normally completely wrong, which is probably why I never captained anyone. As Josh Davey runs into bowl to Matt Critchley. Bowls a good length delivery, but he plays a very, very high-class shot through cover point. Wouldn't look out of place in a championship game. Good bit of cricket there.
Yeah, a bit too much wit from Davey there by the looks, especially with your cover-up. Got to be looking to attack the stumps early doors, but yeah, got punished, and yeah, the outfield's pretty quick here at Taunton, isn't it? So you get value for good cricket shots.
Yeah, it certainly is sideways. I mean, the square sort of spans the width of the whole ground, so anything sideways absolutely flies away. Which has brought around a change of field. Lewis Goldsworthy comes up to short third man, and Chunt de Lange drops down to the mid-on boundary. Davey runs in and bowls a little bit straighter, but he's overcorrected. He's gone too straight, and that's clipped off the thigh pad. down to fine leg for 4. Got to say, poor couple of deliveries there from Josh Davies, under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, he just hasn't executed there. The last couple of balls just not where we expect Davey to be bowling, and yeah, Critchley started nicely here, isn't he? He's 9 off 4, and yeah, he looks in good touch so far.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a no-no to give someone a flyer. You're going to get people getting off to fast starts, but you kind of want them to hit good balls. He's got off to a bit of a good start due to some pretty wayward bowling there, but as Josh Davey always does, he comes back well. He's taken a bit of pace off that one and bowled inside the width of the stumps, which is where you really need to be. Any width or anything on the legs in power play cricket in 2020 generally hits the boundary ropes, doesn't it, Soph?
It does, yeah. I'm glad I'm not a bowler in the short format, that's for sure. It's hard work.
It certainly is. Back of a length ball, nicely played, but well fielded by Ben Green at point. Yeah, I look back at the start of when 2020 first came about, because I was a swing bowler. I used to bowl the first over quite often with Alfonso or Charles Willoughby, and yeah, you used to come up against some players that you could tell they lined you up straight away, and you just were trying to get through 6 balls without being belted back over your head for 6. Quite intimidating, but it's the norm in modern cricket, and Josh Davies certainly one of the better bowlers out there. But that is a shot that would have driven me absolutely crazy. Matt Critchley has ramped Josh Davey to finish the over, a relatively expensive one. Essex Eagles move on to 26 for 2, and that would have definitely sent the old red mist around my head if someone would have ramped me back in the day. So
yeah, it's captain's nightmare as well, but that's the way the game's going. Players can hit 360 these days, so you've really got to be on the money as a bowler and know exactly where, especially in power play, where you want your two boundary riders to be, and where you're looking to get hit. And yeah, it's always tricky when you've got players that can come in and offer those shots, ramps, scoops. I mean, talking about players that are really good at that. Joss Butler, exceptional, obviously having a very good time of it in the IPL. It's the IPL final today, I think. Triggs, I've no idea how that's going, but
we're completely focused here at Taunton on this game so far, aren't we?
Are, yes.
Whatever happens in the IPL final is irrelevant here as Lewis Gregory starts his first spell, and a real treat for us in the commentary box today. A man who played a handful of 2020 games in his career, but was one of the best and most destructive batters in white ball cricket. Ex-Somerset captain Jamie Cox is with us. Good afternoon, Jamie.
Hello, Peter. Hello, Sophie. I've never been called destructive. Peter, thank you very much.
Well, there's nothing you can do in my eyes, Jamie. Like I said, when we chatted in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion an hour ago, you gave me my debut here at the club, and your record at Somerset was absolutely fantastic. And I remember, I wasn't in the team or around the team, but I remember watching on the television, as many of our listeners would have done, watching you raise that C&G trophy in 2001 with the rest of the boys, Trez, Burnsy, Blackie, Caddy, to name but a few.
They were good times.
As Lewis Gregory is at the top of his run, running into Michael Pepper, who tries to late cut, nearly drags it onto his stumps. Riley Rousseau does the fielding, and it is a Somerset Legends reunion at the moment. Behind me I have my previous director of cricket, Somerset captain. He raised a lot of trophies for the club as well. Brian Rose, welcome Brian, how are you? Give everyone a wave.
Yeah, I'll give someone a wave if I'm on the camera. Well, whatever. I'll give Sophie a
Hey Soph, we should leave these two
yeah,
on it, shouldn't we?
Yeah, I know, we're being outdone here, Triggs.
Got a couple of proper cricketers enjoying the action as Lewis Gregory bowls another hard length ball, which is slashed out to the cover boundary. Matt Critchley has started pretty strong, playing an array of shots. So Coxie, like I said, you were a destructive, fine first-class batsman, and in List A cricket, you've seen some shots that might not have, have been quite out of place in the sort of 90s, 2000s.
It challenges me this, Pete, to be honest. There's a different pressure, isn't there, on the game today? It's just all about coming in and getting on with it, which, I guess I really admire the great T20 players who just play nice cricket shots.
The lofted extra cover drive and the pull shot, and maybe shots like that as Michael Pepper runs down the wicket to Lewis Gregory and slashes him through cover. and races away to the boundary. But you see a lot of shots. I mean, could you imagine, Coxie, if you were my captain and in my first List A game I'd have tried one of those ramp shots and got bowled? Do you think I would have got a good reception in the dressing room?
Well, I almost swear you did. Did you? I mean, that was the Trigo charm. I think that you always had the capacity just to pull something like that out. I reckon you're before your time, Triggs.
Or do something stupid. One of the two. But we had a great time. Lewis Gregory into bowl again to Matt Critchley. He sees him coming. Sorry, Michael Pepper. And gives him the old-fashioned sniff of the leather.
Essex 36 for 2 then. Pepper and Critchley looking to get hold of these Somerset bowlers as they settle into their work. Looks like it's going to be another bowling change for Somerset. Looks like it's going to be Ben Green to bowl the last one in this power play.
Interesting call. Ben Green has actually bowled really well in the warm-up games at the moment. You know, into this Vitality Blast. He's bowled beautifully. He bowled really well at Canterbury. Turned himself into a really useful cricketer. Always sports a fantastic moustache.
Is it that fantastic though?
Well, I have to say, sorry, James, it's a very Australian sort of look this at the moment. The whole the mullet and the moustache look, isn't it? Very much.
I can't see him close up, but now the mullet is certainly on its way back in Australia. That's probably why I now gladly live over here, Pete.
So, Jamie, your time here at Somerset ended, you know, in the middle 2000s. You're coming back here 15 years later. The ground, the floodlights. Are you impressed with what you've seen?
Yeah, it's been brilliant. It's still the same ground, Triggs. It's obviously got a lot of new buildings, etc., but it's still a wonderful place. It feels like home.
I know you were massively invested in cricket at Somerset. Have you continued to follow the club from afar wherever you've been in the world?
Yeah, I have. It's been a rather tortured existence, I must say, looking for that, you know, championship holy grail. I know it's probably been harder here on the ground, but watching it from, you know, 10,000 miles away, it's been very tough to see the club go through that and still try and win that elusive first championship.
Yeah, I think the particularly difficult one actually was in this pavilion. We all got together because we'd finished our game here, we'd won, and we were clear at the top. And then we had to sit downstairs expecting to be awarded the trophy and watch an absolute Mickey Mouse lob-up game. I think it might have even been at Lord's, and that was a particularly disappointing day to have declaration bowling and virtually underarms being bowled at the last day of a county championship. But I don't want to sound bitter. we had a great time. We lifted a trophy in 2019, and like I said to you earlier, Coxie, it's a very special thing when you win a trophy for a club like Somerset. Great fans, and they support you whether you're winning or losing finals like we did so many times. But when you eventually get silverware, that tastes ever so much better.
Yeah, unforgivable days, Trees. I think the 3 semi-finals we played down here in that era was probably 3 best games of cricket I ever played in. Whoa.
As Ben Green drags down, Matt Critchley rocks back and hits that onto the roof of the Andy Caddick Pavilion. That's the really challenging thing with T20 cricket. You've got to be a good puller to bat in the top 3-4, I think, in this format. But Matt Critchley, 10 balls ago, was playing a ramp shot. So as a bowler, you're permanently challenged on what length you can bowl. And like I said, it's something that's very commonplace in the modern game now. But it's a head scratcher for the captain. Tom Abel there is completely powerless to stop shots of that quality as Ben Green drags down again. That's a poor delivery onto the hip of Matt Critchley. He swipes him away to finish the power play. Essex have recovered somewhat to 50 for 2. And actually, you say no, Soph, that's probably quite a reasonably decent power play. Somerset have let a really good start slip there.
Yeah, given that they were 2 down early, I think, they'll take 50 for 2 now, won't they, Essex? And yeah, Critchley is looking in good nick, isn't he? Granted, Ben Green hasn't bowled the best 2 balls in the world there at the end of his over, and yeah, I guess that's one thing in this format as well. Bowlers, you've got to try and get out of your over. He started nicely, changing his pace nicely, but yeah, Critchley got the better of him at the back end of that over.
Certainly have. That's one thing, Coxie, that you don't get in 2020 cricket. I know you did play a handful of games, but you don't get much time to think, especially as a captain. Would this have been a format that you would have really embraced as a leader, or would have given you sleepless nights? Like that shot there.
Oh. Triggs, I think one of the things I've always been really blessed is that the game was always a game for me, so I didn't lose too much sleep worrying about cricket, if I'm fair. One thing I think, I'm going to sound really old here, but that last 6 from Critchley, this is a fairly central pitch here today. I don't ever remember a ball going onto the roof on this side of the ground back in the early 2000s. The ball just flies.
Michael Pepper reverse sweeps, top edges it over. Riley Rousseau, he gets another 4. Yeah, I think the white balls, I always used to have my array of Gray Nichols bats sent to me, and there was always a couple that felt really good with a Duke ball, and then there was a couple that were a bit hard, and actually with a red ball, felt like they were like way too hard and didn't ping. But a hard bat with a Kookaburra ball, there's something about it. And it's spoken about a lot, isn't it? The size of the bats, the soft pressing, the big edges. But then I like to think, inside that Andy Caddick pavilion that the ball was just dispatched onto, there's now a gym. All of the lads are lifting heavy weights, and there's a physicality to every single cricketer. That the bat speed, people actually get very, 3.5 pound bats to train with, to train a faster swing speed. There's a lot of science and physiology now in the game. I think that's got something to do with it, but certainly that is a shot you wouldn't have maybe seen. Well, probably since the Viv days.
Well, they practice hitting sixes. Like, that's probably something we didn't do. It was always, traditional nets back in the day. But today, I know there's range hitting and all sorts of modern tech things that occur.
Yeah, it is. Like I said, it's the game can get away from you. Like I said, you've got. I think as a bowler, you bowl against someone who hits you that far. There's half of your ego that's damaged, but then there's also, oh no, I've got 5 more balls to bowl. So you're permanently tested, and at the moment, Roloff van der Merwe is going through it the same, but in a slightly different way. Michael Pepper just keeps reverse sweeping him for 4.
And to be fair, he hasn't hit one of them in the middle, but he's got 12.
No, which lends me to think that it's not just about the bats. The bat speed that he's managing to generate from quite a unusual style shot, and this partnership now has raced on to 59 in absolutely no time. 66 for 2 off of 7 overs.
Yeah, they're going nicely, aren't they? And yeah, Pepper frustrating. Roloff van der Merwe there with these reverse sweeps. Just so hard in the short format of the game to protect every angle of the ground. And yeah, Pepper got the better of van der Merwe there, but he's a wily character. I'm sure he'll be back later in the innings to try and outfox some of his other opponents.
As Tom Abel has turned to his master blaster, Prashant Dalanga, up the pace a little bit, as Jamie Cox takes a little break, and Somerset captain from the glory days, Brian Rose, is behind me now. Say hello, Brian. Welcome.
Hello, Triggs.
Great to have you here, Brian, up in the commentary box.
Thanks so much. So I gathered you beat by 205 at Western Cricket Club yesterday.
Yeah, Rosie.
How many did you get?
I got 10 more than you, Rosie, and I think I was nearing my double 100 yesterday, and the only thing I was interested about, how many did Rosie get? It was a good day out, but I've got to be honest, Brian, I am feeling the effects of yesterday's antics for Weston-super-Mare today. I'm not moving very well, which is why I'm very happy to be talking about the cricket, the fantastic cricket that is on offer here. The crowd that have poured in are getting an absolute treat.
It's excellent to see a big crowd here, because the reports from the ECB were that T20 cricket sales were down, but Somerset have come up trumps again in terms of the support that we've got watching one-day cricket and county championship cricket, so it's a fantastic thing for the club.
Of course, Rosie, is like death and taxes. Good crowds at Somerset is a given in cricket.
They love the cricket.
Absolutely adored this game, this club in the southwest. We're very lucky to play in front of a crowd like that. As Prashant Dalanga jams one of those Yorkers in, you can't hit those too far. Really big job for him to do to try and rein this back in. And I think I'll throw the question to you as well, Rosie. I spoke to Coxie, who played in an era after you, going back another era. I suppose there's probably 2 players that you played a lot of cricket with that are both sirs. One's a lord, Ian Botham, and Vivian Richards. Would they have played? They would have played shots very similar to some of the ones we're seeing tonight. And how do you think? I think that I've heard this being talked about. How good do you think Viv and Both would have been at this format?
Miraculous.
Miraculous. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Miraculous. And what about yourself, Rosie?
Well, I was taught at Western Grammar School always to keep the ball on the ground, so I might have been relegated to number 6, I think.
Yeah, no one's coming over to watch you pat it around, Rosie. But I'm only teasing Rosie. One of the great batsmen that Somerset have produced. Went on to play for England in how many Test matches, Rosie? 5 or 6?
9.
9 Test matches. We're all very, very proud of you, Brian Rose, here in Somerset. In particular, our hometown Weston-super-Mare.
Well, I still take the dog in Clarence Park, looking for nostalgia. This is a good wicket, Triggs.
Yeah, I went out earlier.
So batting second, might, he's got a chance here.
Yeah, I don't think you're never out the game. I mean,
no.
I spoke to Bance during a pitch report I did earlier. It did look an absolute belter, and Banton said that if you give yourself a start, you can go at 10, 15 and over here.
It's got some bounce and pace as well, isn't it? So that's hopeful.
Certainly has. It's one of those hybrid pitches, Rosie.
Yeah. Catch it. Oh, just short.
Great bit of cricket there, and actually a really good over. It's clutched it back a little bit there. We've just finished the 8th over, and Essex Eagles have moved on to 71 for 2. Now, so if anything you might want to ask Brian, legend of the game, Soph got 70 odd earlier for the Storm, so to be fair, Rosie's the one that ain't got any runs recently. Do you know what I mean? I think we're the experts in batting these days.
Yeah, I did resonate though when he said about keeping the ball on the floor, and I think there's a lot to be said about that at times. Trying to get the ball into space instead of just belting it out of the ground. How can you hit different angles? And it's not all about hitting the ball in the air, is it?
No. I mean, my old opening partner Dasher would have been good at this game in terms of you wouldn't know where he's going to hit it, I don't think.
Dasher, he liked a little bit of a late cut and a reverse sweep and all these kind of things, didn't he? Old Dasher. The first house I ever bought, Rosie, was in Denning Court, believe it or not.
Was that in Mead Vale in Western?
In Well, yeah. I can remember it was there was a Rose Gardens, there was a Richards Close. Yeah. Did you get any property on those, or did you just get in?
Nobody else. No, the council never offered any Triggs. I'm afraid.
What a shame. It was completely by fluke that I ended up buying my first house, surrounded by Somerset cricketers that I would never be as good as.
Ian Botham lived there for about 18 months, I think.
Yeah, old Botham Close. Yeah, I think all the pubs in Western speak fondly of that era, Rosie.
Well, we won't talk about that today, Triggs, I don't think.
Definitely not. Even though we're in a stand sponsored by Thatcher's, but that's absolutely fine. As Lewis Gregory comes in to bowl his second over, massive job for Lewis. It's great back to see him back bowling, isn't it? So if he's played as a batter for a while now, good to see him with that two-pronged attack. He's obviously a very good fielder as well. Yeah,
just helps the balance of this Somerset side even more, doesn't it? Obviously another option for Tom Abel. And he started this second over of his very tidily. Hopefully he can do a good job in the last 3 balls to sort of get out of that over, and if we can keep Essex down to sort of under 9s, under 10 and over here, then I think it'll be well in reach when the boys come to chase.
I think I'm right in saying, from a stats point of view, this is the highest scoring T20 ground in the world. So Essex look like they are set fair to get a 180, 190, maybe even more if things go really well. Which does lend me to, we had a selection meeting during the championship game, who would be starting. I do think that it's a massive shame. Max Waller seems to have picked up a bit of a thumb injury, potentially a broken thumb. I think this is the time where you'd look to someone like Max. He goes for 7.5, certainly under 8 runs and over, in a career that's played the majority of it at Somerset. He has a knack of containing on a pitch where the runs can get away.
Yeah, he's obviously played a lot of cricket here as well, so he knows how to bowl well here, and yeah, in this format of the game, those individuals are really important. So, yeah, it's a shame that he's not, not in this side. But yeah, there's a lot of bowling options for Tom Abel to use today.
Yeah, my fear is, what a fantastic shot that is, a full length, almost Yorker delivery just outside off stump, and that Critchley has carved that over point for 6. That has gone absolutely miles for a shot.
6
on that
over
side
point, that's
of
a
the
hell of a
ground.
shot. That is a hell of a shot.
An incredible shot. Nearly Yorker length he's managed to get over that, smear that for 6. I mean, my concern is now, Rolf van der Merwe has got dealt with, Ben Green's got dealt with, which would probably make Tom Abel think that Goldsworthy doesn't stand much of a chance. He's going to have to potentially bowl himself, and the rest of the seam attack, bar Marchant de Lange, is quite similar, isn't it? This isn't looking great for Somerset at the moment. 83.
Yeah, stay positive, Triggs. Yeah, I think it's just more of a case of, look, bowlers, mixing up their pace. The seamers that do come back, I think they need to use their change-ups really cleverly. But yeah, that shot from Critchley there, just the hand speed through the ball to carve it away over point. In terms of like the contact point, letting the ball come into you and just using your arms and your hands to get through the ball, that was a proper shot.
Certainly was, as de Lange comes in, looking to stem the flow.
Catch it.
Well done. Straight to Ben Green at mid-on, and that is a much-needed breakthrough.
That's a good wicket.
Like Brian Rose just said, that is a good wicket to get, a great wicket. Marchant de Lange is the more senior bowler here, and he's done the damage.
Sophie, while there's a break, I'll ask a question. How exciting is it for women's cricket at the moment in terms of performing in this sort of arena and around the country?
Yeah, it's amazing, to be honest, Brian. And I was saying to Triggs earlier, like, we're playing at bigger and better grounds all the time. We're coming up on decent decks, and that's what we want, especially as a top order batter. I'm happy to see a good batting deck when I turn up. But yeah, the women's game is just going from strength to strength. As much as some people oppose the 100, I think it was a brilliant thing for the women's game.
Yeah.
The platform it gives us.
That's probably the best thing about the 100 in one way.
Yeah.
Is the development of the women's cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. The platform it's given us, the visibility, the accessibility for young boys and girls to, be able to see the women's game. There's actually a test match here at the end of June, I think it is, England women against South Africa. So it'd be great to see a great Taunton crowd there for some traditional sort of cricket. And yeah, I know that the England girls really love playing here as well.
That's good.
Paul Walter to the crease, quite a familiar looking chap. He's about 9 foot tall, left-handed. Marchant de Lange swings one back, full of a length. I think Alex Wharf has decided that as pitch out side leg, but what a great first delivery. Certainly an option you'd have gone for, Rosie, back in the day. Joel Garner would have been bowling about now, 11 foot tall, bowling those Yorkers that he was famous for.
Well, it was fantastic.
He'd have been hard to get away, wouldn't he?
No. 5 for 26 at Lords in a final and never got the man of the match.
Who did, Viv?
Viv.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they were great mates, and they were sharing the spoils. Great comeback over here from de Lange.
Yeah, I think
He's
it just
certainly
shows the value of getting a wicket in this short format, doesn't it? As much as you want to contain and keep the runs down, I think wickets do that job for you. And yeah, de Lange with a big scalp there in this over. This could be another one here. It's top edged. Yeah, brilliant.
Not easy to catch.
Looked like Josh Davey from this distance.
Excellent.
And yeah, de Lange with 2 in the over, and yeah, things are looking a little bit more promising for Somerset now. It's another big wicket. Walter departs without troubling the scorers.
I told you so. Every time I make a prediction, it goes the opposite way. So if I say Essex are looking good, I'm going to claim a couple of those wickets. You know, Michael Pepper was 37. He was 37 off 24 balls. Matt Critchley's strike rate is over 200. And to dismiss Paul Walter could be really, really hard to bowl up when he gets in because of his reach and how tall he is. That's a real excellent couple of breakthroughs. And all of a sudden, 83 for 4. It's a lot more controllable from the Somerset perspective. So we're into the 10th over now. I suppose you always look at the 10th over and you think, roughly you're going to double the score, 160, 170. Somerset would be really happy chasing that if that could be the case. But I do feel like Matt Critchley is the key wicket. But I'll try and do that little bit of voodoo on him. Matt Critchley is looking unbelievable. He is not going to get out tonight. Okay, let's see what happens.
Wesley's a new batter. Delanger welcomes him to the crease with a short one.
Another high 80/90 mile an hour bouncer from Delanger. I have to admit that he was one of the least favourite when we used to play Glamorgan, watching him run into bowl. He's often been likened to an American 1940s fighter pilot with that moustache. But watching him bowl is, you're more than happy up the other end as he stroke setting towards Tom Abel, who slides across and stops the one. A double wicket over for Dachant Delanger, and Tom Abel will be breathing a sigh of relief after that one. It's always nice, isn't it, Rosie, as a captain, when you make a change or make a decision and it yields a couple of wickets like that?
Well, that's what you're paid for, Triggs. At the end of the day, as a captain, you've got to take responsibility. You take a decision and you live by it, or you die by it. That's a fact of life.
Yeah, it certainly is. I suppose that is the... You've lived by the sword, die by the sword. You've got to make a decision. Yep. You've got to make some tough decisions as a captain now, and this is an interesting decision. Lewis Goldsworthy coming into the attack. Matt Critchley really did come hard and took down Rolf van der Merwe in particular with a couple of switch hits, so it'd be really interesting how Goldie goes about this. He's given that one a nice bit of flight, but he's got it right in the block hole. Critchley pumps that down the ground.
Don't think it's a bad option. New batter in, just try and sneak an over out of Goldsworthy here and put some pressure on Wesley, who's obviously new to the crease. I think the Somerset boys have just got to try and control the game where they're getting Critchley off strike now and can bowl at the new batter. Just knocks that into the offside, and Wesley's off the mark there.
Only Rousseau and Abel outfielders that haven't had a bowl tonight. Would that be some sort of record if everyone got a bowl? Banton got his pads off, served up and over. That'd be different thinking, wouldn't it? It's amazing when you see that many, 10 overs gone and Somerset have used 7 bowlers.
Yeah, I guess that's the way the game's going, isn't it? Using different options, especially if someone does get hold of you. He's obviously not inclined to bring Roloff back anytime soon. Goldsworthy doing a little bit of a job here.
That's the good thing about the Somerset team. Lots of all-rounders, lots of options.
Wesley just knocks that into mid-wicket there. It's Green out there, it does the fielding. Tidy over so far from Goldsworthy. If you can get out of this over very nicely with just a single here, he'll be doing a job for his skipper.
Yeah, he started really well. Like I said, anything sub 10 would be a good one. I think Essex will view this as a small little window where they can rebuild a little bit, and Tom Wesley can just face a few balls. But Matt Critchley is certainly in turbo mode at the moment as the Essex Eagles move on to 88 for 4. Brian Rose is about to leave us.
I've got to do my duty around the ground, so
sorry, President Brian Rose, captain, England batsman, President,
Director of Cricket, acting Chief Executive.
He's been knighted in Weston-super-Mare. He's got the key to the town. He's got the key to Somerset. Brian, always welcome back.
Thanks very much. See you soon.
Thanks, Brian.
Bye-bye.
Van der Merwe now has a change of ends. I bet you didn't think so when you rocked up today. You'd be chatting to Jamie Cox and Brian Rose.
No, I didn't, and I actually remember growing up coming down and watching a lot of cricket here, and I do remember watching Jamie Cox, and yeah, that was a good era for Somerset, wasn't it? I really enjoyed that.
Certainly was a great acquisition for the club to bring over someone of Coxey's credentials. I don't know if you, well, the people that weren't in the Colin Atkinson stand, which is pretty much everyone here listening. So, Jamie Cox, the second most runs in Sheffield Shield cricket, which is Australia's first-class competition, second only to Darren Lehman, who's pretty much known as one of the best players to have played the game. Darren Lehman, he's scored over 10,000 runs for Tasmania. What a performer!
Yeah, it's a pretty good record, that, isn't it?
7,000 runs for Somerset, an average of nearly 50, 1700s. Unbelievable how he never played Test cricket, really. It's but then we were talking earlier, he played in an era where Matthew Elliott, Matthew Hayden, Justin Langer, Ricky Ponting, David Boot, the list literally goes on. He was behind probably 10 of the top 30 batsmen that have ever played the game, so some would say that's quite unlucky, but what a great career, and he had a great time here at Somerset. His family loved it here in the southwest, and he was one of the few captains to lift a trophy as he did in 2001. So great to see Coxey back at the ground, now taking up his position at Lords, working for the MCC.
Not sure how that one missed the stumps, to be honest, Triggs.
I think it went through, didn't it?
Oh, just missed the off stump.
As Critchley sweeps Van der Merwe again, looks like a sweep is a favoured option for Critchley. Van der Merwe giving him a little bit of banter there. You can see them talking. Knowing Rolf, he's telling me if he does that reverse sweep again, he's going to get him or bite him or something. Crazy man is Rolf as he comes into bowl again. To Tom Wesley. Steering wheel whips that out to Tom Lammonby, who does the fielding.
Yeah, a couple of tidy overs here from Somerset. Essex looking, I guess, to rebuild after that double wicket over, but yeah, Tom Abel will be pretty happy with his spin bowlers the last couple of overs.
Yeah, he certainly will. Goldsworthy stays in the attack, which is a interesting, bold move, but again, he probably deserves an opportunity after a tidy over. 12 overs gone. Essex Eagles on to 93, and I think Somerset have clutched that back really well. I think anything around the 180 mark, you'd be pretty confident if you played well that you would chase. As he goes for the big heave-o and cloths it straight down the ground. Tom Wesley out for 4, a massive wicket. Excellent captaincy from Tom Abel. Lewis Goldsworthy strikes in his second over. What a great bowling change that was from Tom. A low scoring first over and now a key wicket. The Essex skipper.
Yeah, it's one of those where, you know, you give that bowler that second over, and I think Wesley probably had the right idea in terms of looking to line up Goldsworthy, but again, just doesn't get enough on it, and yeah, holes out to long on. So yeah, bold move by Abel to keep going with Goldsworthy, but it's paid off in the end, and I think it can go one of two ways usually. But yeah, good to see from a Somerset perspective, definitely.
Correction, Tom Wesley is not the Essex skipper, but he has been for years. Excuse me for that. It's actually Simon Harmer, a dangerous customer himself. And now to the crease, we have
Daniel Sams, by the looks of things.
Fresh from the IPL. Hopefully he's sporting a little bit of jet lag.
Who was he playing for in the IPL, do you know? I haven't followed
Mumbai
the IPL
Indians,
that closely, actually. I should have known that. I quite like Mumbai Indians.
Pretty sure he was playing for the Mumbai Indians. I saw a couple of games where he went the distance a bit, but he always has that left armour again, has that knack of taking key wickets up top. So real good performer, and I'm sure Essex are really excited to see what he can do. Hopefully not tonight. Matt Critchley on strike on 44, facing Lewis Goldsworthy. Another really low flighted ball into the pitch, skidding through. He's not a tall man, Lewis Goldsworthy, so hard to get under. And it was the downfall for Tom Wesley.
What's the mindset in the men's game, Triggs? Like, obviously got Critchley here on 45. Is it, you know, for him to sort of bat through and you know, steer the innings, or is it literally, you know, it's T20 cricket, it's, you know, you just keep going hard and you're back in the depth that you've got in the lineup? Yeah,
I think there's a. I don't want to sit on the fence because you know that's not my style, but I think there's a. You know, being 5 down with 8 overs to go or 7 overs to go, you've got to be a bit sort of a foot in both camps there, because I think a lot of it is to do with where you're playing. If this was a Sophia Gardens spinning deck, massive outfield, where a 160 is a good score, I think definitely, you know, come back a little bit and get yourself a little 70, 80 not out. you know, and your team will get you 160, no doubt. But I don't think you can afford to do that at Taunton. So I think it's I think the great thing about T20 cricket across the world now, and the analytics that are in it, is you've got to play horses for courses sometimes. You've got to be aware of what a pass score is at ground is, because they're pass scores for a reason. You know, we're talking, 20 years of data now. So we know that 160 is not enough at Taunton. You know, you're going to lose 9 out of 10 games. So I think it's an interesting one. Matt Critchley, knowing him, I don't know him personally, but I've played quite a bit of cricket against him. Doesn't strike me as the guy that's going to come down too far. He's going to be looking to press on. But I think one thing that is really key, and I think is spoken about, is you don't want to lose clumps of wickets, clusters of wickets. So I think there will just be a 5 to 10 ball period where he will allow Daniel Sams to get in before he starts to go again. And I think that shot just suggests that might be the case. Straight batted, low risk. Maybe just looking to knock the next couple of overs, 6, 7, 8 and over, and then go again. Would you say that was an okay way to go about things? Am I making sense?
Yeah, no,
Mystic
you're making
Treeks?
Yeah, you're making sense, Treeks. Yeah, absolutely.
I was so expecting him to hit up 6 on this one.
Yeah, I'm going to call them the spin twins of Goldsworthy and Van der Merwe, doing a very good job here. And
yeah, I think they might be 6 foot between them. they definitely they skid it under the bat, those two, don't they? Old Swerve and Goldie. Definitely not going to get too much bounce, and that's why it's so it's dangerous to sweep those guys. I mean, Matt Critchley did great with a reverse sweep, but the amount of times people sweep and it just scoots underneath and Ralof gets that LBW, and Goldsworthy looks like he's got a great mentor in Ralof van der Merwe to learn his craft, and both of them will come back really nicely now into the 14th over as the rain starts to drizzle down. As I look into the darker trees and the black sight screen, there's a bit of rain in the air, as it was forecast an hour or so ago. It's
lots
come
of
late.
umbrellas popping up left, right and centre there.
Yeah, the
See on the
brollies
screen.
take cover. It's like me in a golf competition the other day. Didn't go out with my waterproofs on, and it started hosing down for about 12 holes. I was like a drowned rat by the end of it. Certainly don't want to be out in the elements for too long when it's raining. Not a huge amount of cover for the spectators here at Taunton, so the brollies are certainly going to get well used for the next 20-30 minutes or so. As Daniel Sams steps away and he thick edges it down to the fine leg boundary. I think that's the new star in the Somerset shirt, Riley Rousseau, doing the fielding. What a great knock he played the other night.
Yeah, fantastic, wasn't it? Haven't seen loads of him. I've seen bits and pieces. Obviously, he's played a lot of franchise cricket around the world, but he looked to hit the ball hard and over extra cover as well. Thing of beauty when someone strikes it over extra, and he looked in very good touch, and hopefully he's got another big innings in him today.
I played a bit of cricket with and against Riley Rousseau. I played for Hampshire, played a lot of 50 over cricket against him. Not as much T20, but a few games. But never really got going in T20 in the games that we played against him. But I played a franchise competition with him, and he just has a knack of hitting the ball very, very hard and make it look very easy. So really exciting acquisition.
That's 50 for Critchley. Brings it up with a boundary straight down the ground.
Looks like he's decided that little getting in period from Daniel Sams is over, and he's starting to press the button again. He moves on to 53. We're into the 15th over here, 5 and a bit overs to go here at Taunton as the rain does start to come down. But it is T20. I'm sure the umpires will just ignore it and we'll crack on. As Daniel Sams comes down the ground and dispatches Lewis Goldsworthy high into the river stand that used to be the Marcus Trescothick stand. 6 runs.
Put down in the crowd, I think, there.
Yeah, it's always amazed me that people that haven't warmed up or probably haven't played cricket for 30 years trying to catch a ball that's just been hit 90 metres. There's a good chance there could be a trip to A&E down there. If you get the ball coming towards you in the crowd, just get out of the way. It's not worth it, is it? It's never worth it.
Unless there's something on it, but they don't do that very often these days, do they?
Do you know what? I played I played the T20 competition in New Zealand where they gave, if you took a one-handed catch in the crowd,
I did hear about that.
it was something quite considerable as well, like maybe $10,000.
Yeah.
But I kid you not. So if a ball went toward, in New Zealand they've got a lot of areas where it's just grass
banks,
mounds.
yeah.
And you used to get all these blokes who were lined up and they were fizzed up. They couldn't wait for a ball to go near them. But you'd have like 20 lads all trying to dive in. Kids underneath them, old folk that were watching the game, just getting 20-odd-year-old blokes literally diving on top of them. It was an accident waiting to happen. I think it got shut down quite quickly after the first few games with those broken hands and God knows what else going on. Nothing like that here at Taunton. We're far too sensible to do silly things like that. We leave that for the fan zone, which is out the back. Plenty of entertainment here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. The fan zone set up by Trade Nation out the back. There's a batting net. There's some nice little food stalls. There's all sorts going on for the kids to entertain themselves while the parents entertain themselves in the stands. But unfortunately, the rain has really started to come down here at Somerset. And Alex Wharf and Tom Longley, the umpires, have decided to walk the players off the field. Hopefully we won't be off for too long. There's plenty of blue sky up there in between the clouds. So hopefully this will only be a short little interval.
Yeah, it certainly got a little bit heavier out there, and yeah, Alex and Tom did get together, and I was a little bit worried that they were going to send the players off, but yeah, like you say, Treeks, hopefully it is just a passing shower. Definitely looks a little bit brighter over the Quantox. But yeah, I wouldn't want to be in the crowd right now. I'm quite glad we're up here.
Exactly. It's, we're in the posh seats here, so yeah, it's coming down quite thick at the moment, but not bad timing, because I think the Essex Eagles started to get a little bit of a momentum back there. So 117 for 5 off of 15 overs. I think the Somerset bowling the last 5 or 6 overs has been absolutely splendid, led by Merchant de Lange, who took that double wicket over. I thought that was a real key, and then Rolf and Lewis Goldsworthy have done a cracking job for their captain. The frontline bowlers taking a little bit of damage early on, but now I think Somerset, is it fair to say that with 5 overs to go, you'd be quite happy in the Somerset camp, 117 for 5?
Yeah, I think so, and I think, as much as they don't want to be off for rain, I guess it just gives Abel the chance to regroup and really get his strategy right for the last 5 overs. Who are his best options? Who's he going to at the death? And yeah, I guess he'll get the chance to, maybe chat with the coach if he needs to. I'm sure he's got all his plans in his head. But yeah, like I said, just a little chance for Somerset to regroup, and Essex will have to start again when they do get back out there if this rain clears. So yeah, it'll be a challenge for both teams. Obviously, Somerset might be bowling at the death with a wet ball, but yeah, hopefully de Lange can still get his Yorkers in.
Yeah, he's well known for that. And while we have this little break, it's good for us to let you know that during each home Vitality Blast match in 2022, Trade Nation will be donating £50 for every 6 that's hit, and £150 for every ball that's hit out of the ground. The chosen charity for this particular match is Sporting Minds UK. Sporting Minds UK is a registered charity and seeks to raise awareness and provide support to enable positive mental health in young sports people. So a charity that we should all get behind, and like I said, every single 6, including the big ones, are worth a few quid for that charity. So thank you very much to our partners, Trade Nation, for that generous donation. As we have a little break here at Taunton due to this rain, so on the live stream now you can enjoy some of the excitement from the St Lawrence County Ground, Canterbury, as Somerset dealt with Kent.
Well, that's classic Zach Crawley. It doesn't matter whether it's a first-class game or a T20 game. Oh, top edge, a leading edge, and taken at cover. Van der Merwe it is, Davey strikes, and Zach Crawley looking to give himself a confidence-boosting knock ahead of the Test match next week has gone cheaply.
Crawley looked quizzically at the spot on the pitch as he trudged off the ground, trying to work that ball into the leg side, and it just perhaps stood up a little, definitely left him off the pitch.
It was well hit. It wasn't a bad delivery from Lammonby, who'd moved mid-wicket out. You're allowed to change, obviously, because the batsman to get that away with firm wrists through the leg side.
Yeah, no surprise that Bell Drummond not only opting to try and hit again down the slope, but also towards the short side and with the wind.
And gone. It was clothed, really, by Daniel Bell Drummond. Felt a little bit high on the bat. It didn't fly to Lewis Goldsworthy, and he had plenty of time to dive away to his left and take the catch.
Yeah, another miscue. Change in bowling from the Nackington Road end. Lewis Gregory just trying to hit the pitch hard. The ball hit high up on the bat from Daniel Bell Drummond.
A little bit too paced. And that's missed a line down the leg side, and Billings, the skipper, has his first boundary. Oh, edged. Beautiful delivery, just moving away at good pace. And Gregory has the key wicket of Billings.
Drive on the up. It's a tricky pitch to try and do that, but he's got to try and create something, get something going for his side, because they're really going nowhere.
Oh, that's kept low. That is a grubber. All along the ground. You cannot do much about that, Joe Denley. It's 33 for 4.
If you're bowling on this surface, hit the pitch hard. Change your pace if you can, but target the stumps and the pads. Straight through, really, the blameless Denley. He struggled 5 from 16, but nought he could do about that.
Hit hard. Will it go all the way? I reckon it has, yeah. Umpire Robinson just said to umpire Debenham, that's 6. Sounded great off the bat.
Towards that short boundary and over it.
Yeah, picking the bat up to good effect right now. Van der Merwe, as Mark Butcher was saying, using that slope, trying to cramp the right-hander for room, but it's the shorter side. And Leaning is just given himself enough room there. Lovely shot over extra cover. Jack Leaning is the one player, really, who has looked to time the ball. The surface has been tricky, nipped around off the seam, but it's Jack Leaning who is finding the middle of the bat most of all.
Yeah, really beautiful. Sweet strike over extra cover. Marchant de Lange. Pace on the ball, pace off the bat. Scorches away backward a point for 4.
That pace is everything. It gives batsmen plenty to work with. There was a bit of width on that occasion as well, and Leaning, who is going very nicely indeed with 35 from 22, who maybe dislodged the bails.
Catch! Yeah. Gone, simple as you like. Goldsworthy tempted his man out of his crease. Jordan Cox got to the pitch, but rather bunted it straight off the middle of the bat at extra cover. Kent lose their 5th.
You're going to be frustrated with himself, Jordan Cox.
Goldsworthy to start his 2nd. He's flipped down the hill, leg side. Good start to the over for 5. They're slowly getting into a position where perhaps they can go big at the latter stages. Hard slog of 5 overs, all up in the air. Will it go all the way? No, yes it will, over the head of Lewis Gregory. That is a powerful hit. 5 for 5. Going to help me out, Butcher.
Yeah, good clean strike this. It's a bad ball from Goldsworthy, truth be told. Dragged it down rather. And Linda just...
Another big hit. This is definitely 6. This is a biggie. Boom!
13 for 5.
You've been rushed off your feet commentary-wise of late or something?
I just went for a coffee, that's all, out the back there, and it's all happened. Leaning right back in his crease, standing right in front of the stumps, which means he can get underneath it. Pace isn't everything, as that shot proves. Couple of inches away, deep in his crease, which means he can get underneath that. He was waiting for that, and he's belted it out of the ground. They've gone for new balls.
Does exactly that. It's not quite square. In fact, it's up and over extra cover. What a hand this is from George Linder. 28 he's made from 13 balls. That's his second four. Goes short, and it's hooked away, and it's with the breeze. It's a shortest boundary, and another ball disappears down the road.
Where he's expecting it, he's waiting for it, and even with a bit of top edge, with this pace on the ball, it's going to fly away for 6.
Gregory's back, and he's pumped down the ground to Lammonby, who ends that excellent partnership with a safe catch.
Yeah, important they crossed there, just to make sure that Leaning got on strike. Absolutely vital. Good catch low down.
Away for 4. Streaky, but every run counts now for Kent. Leaning continues to find the boundary. Sounded sweet, and it's right in the gap. Second boundary for Grant Stewart. He's off and running. Well, that sounded good too. Fielder just admires it. That's a big hit. That's a big boundary, and he's cleared it comfortably.
Slightly bigger boundary, but Leaning did not mind one bit.
Last ball. It's full, it's straight. And they're going to scamper back for 2. So an excellent recovery. They were 31 for 2 after 6 overs.
Help and give my opinion, but shot boy. Ultimately, it's down to him now and his reins, and he's pretty clued up and knows what he's doing. The big boy.
Yeah.
He's got some pipes on the lad. So yeah, it's nice to see like that. Some half hits.
Well, that's sweetly timed. This time it's Banton. It's a long part of the ground, and it's gone up the hill for 4. Alarms.
Yeah, high quality stroke. Tom Banton at times can be a little bit frenetic, a little bit keen to show everybody the full range of his strokes. Such is his power that if he...
Flipped away and flipped straight to the man in the deep. It's an excellent start for Matt Milnes. The first 4 deliveries of his spell kept Banton and Smead under wraps. Banton tries to break the shackles and whips it straight out to Leaning. Smashed. He's a mighty strong player.
Will Smead pipes, wasn't it? That's what Lewis Gregory called it. I'd say biceps the size of Bournemouth.
Fast hands now on the offside. This is very good from Smead. Smite down the ground for 6.
Right on top of the bounce. Ball had almost reached his right hip when the blade made contact, crunched it backward a square.
He's not played in a block, as it were.
There's some bat speed through that, I tell you. Just through his hands, right through the line of the ball.
Is the briskest of Kent's bowlers. Riley Russo is a strong man, whipping that away through the offside, fast hands through the ball.
Leg side, deep mid-wicket, straight to him. It's that man Cox in the deep. Keep an eye on the catching. It's going to be important. That was a good one. 45 for 2.
It was travelling, actually. We get a good sighter of it here in the pod, and it went quite flat and quite quickly.
And he had to come round and he made it look a very simple catch, but it was not quite.
Good shot, really good shot. That will get on the practice pitches and go away for 4.
Giving himself a little bit of room and powering it away.
Yeah, got a bolt.
Mark Lathwell, yeah, another player who used M&H.
Well, it's worked for him there. First boundary for Abel. Short ball and he's pulled away on the leg side.
Spinners have just been difficult to get away here in the middle. Until now. What a shot that is from Riley Rousseau. Glorious stroke over extra cover.
10 runs and over needed. They don't worry about that. Well, they don't, because they can play slots like this. My goodness, straight away, up and over.
Slider from Kais Ahmed is swept fine of the man out a deep backward square leg. And things are starting to tick again for Somerset. Swept hard, swept square, and swept for 4.
Yeah, the extra ball was costly. Fantastic sweep shot, though, from Tom Abel. That raced up the hill, right out of the middle of the bat.
That has been creamed. Rousseau hit that extremely hard, wide of mid-off.
He's incredibly powerful if the ball is in that sort of area. He's given himself a little bit of room to free his arms offside.
Oh boy, that's magnificent. So good from Riley Rousseau. Milne's back to take a wicket, but he's been taken for 10. 101 for 2. Well, another good over. 55 required now from 30 deliveries for Somerset. 108 for 2.
Sweetly hit, down the ground, 1 bounce 4, as sweet as you like.
Debating whether he should go offside, leg side. He just went, right, I'm going to belt it straight back over your head. There's room out there.
Sweeps this time and sweeps hard. He's picked the length beautifully. He's hit it well in front of square between long on Kais Ahmed. Full toss, swept away for 6 to the short side. Wasn't a good ball. Got the treatment it deserved.
He had his cap on, his cap off. In the end, he did bowl it, and he's gone for 2, 4, and 6 in 3 of the 4 deliveries.
Well, it's a misfield, and will not just be a 2, but a 4 as well. Smeared away leg side. It's a short boundary, but Riley Rousseau is a strong man. He's hitting the ball beautifully tonight.
Highest blast score. A couple of 60s for Hampshire, 69 not out for Somerset. And Somerset run a ball required now, 15 from just 15.
Sweetly hit again. Mid-off Zach Crawley is up inside the circle, and he knew that and really just timed it. He wasn't trying to hit it too hard. And that is an emphatic way to finish this game. That is a comprehensive victory for Somerset, who did the double over Kent.
Welcome back here to the Cooper Associates County Ground, Taunton. Unfortunately, the weather is winning the race at the moment. It's not too heavy, but all the covers are on, so we're expecting some level of delay here. 15-20 minutes, hopefully, maybe a fraction longer, depends how quickly this bit of grey cloud can go through. There's a bit of clear sky around it, so we're hopeful that it won't be too much longer. To keep you occupied while the rain is falling here at Taunton, we're going to go into the Vitality Blast semi-final highlights from last year.
Vince is away with a single. 11 o'clock start, there'll still be plenty of people coming into the ground. All gone. Extravagant shot. One for Davey.
Yeah, pressure was building. Albert had got the boundary away. First ball of the over.
Oh, there's another. How big is this?
Well, the reaction is not only because of the wicket, but because of the drop. Remember, Overton himself caught and bowled, dropped Vince earlier. And Nick through to Banton, he has 2 catches. That is the massive wicket. You ask Somerset, who do they want early? They want Vince, they've got Vince. 8 for 2, Somerset on top.
Into the leg side, fielder out there, it's gone for 6. Oh, another big shot, way out there. Massive.
Well, that's his shot, obviously. You bowl length to him and he sweeps it away or scoops it away for 6.
Oh, castled.
First ball, duck for Tom Preston. Looked a good delivery as well. Really good comeback. Did it do anything? Yeah, just nip back, clipping top of off. And this now an excellent start for Somerset. 3 wickets in 4 overs.
And that is smashed straight. And just long enough, just creeps over the boundary. How the game can change very quickly. Power play is finally done. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Right on the base of the stumps. That is excellent bowling. He's changed the pace over and over again. And just as that partnership was evolving, it is done.
Huge frustration there for Dawson. Difficult to get under that though, and he was also closing face, looking to try and work it into the leg side.
Hit firmly down the ground and well. Boundary is a little bit in, and that's played into the hands of the batting side. Yep, gone. Just a little bit of bounce, which you wouldn't necessarily expect from Lewis Goldsworthy, who quite a kind of low arm, and he's not the tallest, but he's found the edge of the bat, and that's the 5th wicket to go.
Yeah, Michael Atherton calls it correctly. There wasn't any spin there, but it just bounced. There was a little kick that surprised McManus. Good catch from Banton.
You're never out of it. Oh, trouble. Oh no, the underarm throw came in, and it was such a feeble one that it allowed the batsman to cross. And it is 50 for Joe Weatherly. It's come in 38 balls. There's a bit of panic to get there, but he can celebrate now.
Oh, there's always ways. Picked up, low full toss, and finally a bit of relief into the stands. Well, is there a massive mix-up, a huge mix-up after the 6 and creating some sort of impetus? He's just giving it away there, Fuller. He's standing deep and goes again, straight down the ground, mid-on, mid-off, up. Hello, ding-ding, runs are flowing.
Oh no, length ball. Quick, but length.
Again, has he got the distance? There's no one out there. He is motoring. What a change in dynamic here. Oh, he's got him. He's got him. Davey has been in with key wickets today, and you feel that was another major one.
full and straight, just a little bit fuller. Middle stump, just half a pint there, middle stump.
Bold again, cleaning up. Davies going well, 4 wickets, and just giving Curry no chance there, right in the block hole.
Excellent from Davey. Scottish international and all the experience there. He's nipped in, he's got 4 for here.
What a shot, what a shot. That was timing, full and a bit of width and bottom hand. Well, he's gone high. There is a fielder underneath, and it's comfortable catch in the end. Out there at mid-wicket is Tom Abel, who does the work. Just kept calm. Well, Mason Crane is left to do the final work, and a run out. Again, another run out. Well, they pick up the single, and importantly, that milestone of 150 comes up on the board.
To the left armour, Wood.
And just a hint of swing.
Should be gone. Yeah, good catch. Out in front of the Hollies. First wicket to the Hawks.
Yeah, he did well as well. He had to make up quite a lot of ground, did Tom Prest, and that's exactly what he did. That is a big wicket.
It's carried, yeah, good catch. Not an easy catch for James Vincent, mid-on, coming in smartly, diving low, takes a good one. On-field umpire is wrong, and I don't see how you can be on that replay. The catch was good.
Now he charges, mid-off, gone. They've lost 3 and it's a big wicket. Smead's gone. Oh, close, very close, Given first ball, Mason Crane. And Hampshire are starting to believe what a team they've been this summer. The comeback kings are at it again.
Someone coming to the crease under pressure, forcing them to play just straightened a fraction. He's trying to work it across the pad. This is a big moment. Hampshire, the underdogs.
Shot. Right in the gap. Well, they're 2 dangerous players. Tom Abel and Lewis Gregory. Gregory playing just as a batsman.
What a magnificent shot that is. Effortless from Abel. Yeah! Knocked him over. Lewis Gregory, the skipper, will have to wander back to the dugout. Dawson in his last over has picked up the Somerset skipper.
Restricted him for any sort of room. He just shimmies away to the leg side, and it's a full length that just rocks into leg stump.
Oh, that's out of here. Shortish boundary to that side, and that's got plenty on it. And it's a magnificent grab from the man in the Magnum PI shirt.
Same shot again, just a single this time, but that'll take him through to 50. The captain is playing a lone hand here at the moment. Oh, that's gone a long, long way up, but it hasn't gone far enough. Should be taken. Is taken. That is an excellent bit of captaincy, excellent bit of bowling as well. Oh, has he got enough of that? That sounded very good. And that just creeps over the cushion. Full toss. Full toss hits straight into the Hollies. That is a massive over. All of a sudden, Somerset are back in this game. Oh, this time doesn't get enough of it. Picks out long on. Tom Prest is the man who takes the catch. This game is ebbing and flowing all the time. Oh, that sounds good. Is it enough? He's having a look. Oh, again, it just creeps over. And they are up out of their dugout, are the Somerset players. They watched and they wished that ball over the boundary. Can he leave it to Davey? Should he leave it to Davey? You bet. And this is why he took the single. I bet you can hit a 6. He has done. What's it down to now? 2 off 3.
Welcome back here. Hope you enjoyed those highlights packages from last year. It's still slightly drizzly here at Taunton. The covers are on. The groundsmen are conflabbing in the middle. I'm sure it won't be long until the old super blotter is out, mopping up, and we'll be back underway. It's 5:30 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I'm here with Sophie Luff and Sam Darling. We're just going to have a little chat. Tactics. We're going to talk tactics for a few minutes, aren't we? We're talking tactics. We're looking at the situation that Somerset find themselves in. You have a very set, destructive batsman in Matthew Critchley and the lower order in with him. What are the tactics? Are we trying to strike? Are we trying to get him out, bowl, get him off strike? You know, what would you be doing in this situation, Soph, in your opinion? What's going through the mind of Tom Abel?
Yeah, I think you're probably wanting to try and get him out, but I think at this stage with 5 overs to go, you're just trying to look to restrict both batters, aren't you? I think that's where the game's going, where, you know, teams have got such depth in their batting lineups that, you know, you've got guys coming in that can just strike boundaries from ball one. So as much as Critchley is obviously going nicely, 54 off 34, and he has played very well, you know, we know Daniel Sams is someone that can hit a long ball as well. So yeah, I think it's just trying to restrict the opposition as much as possible. I think Somerset will probably look to use their variations as much as possible in these last 5 overs if we do get back out there. Hopefully we do. But yeah, I think you're just trying to get someone like Critchley out, because that's a big wicket, isn't it?
Yeah, I certainly would echo that. Trying to get the bloke out is a key. And if you do have a look at the lineup, and I think this is indicative of most T20 successful teams now. You know, if we look back a few weeks ago to that incredible championship match we had here, the guys that actually turned that tide, you know, in the Essex favour was Simon Harmer and Shane Snater. They haven't even batted yet. So, you know, I think lower order in the psyche of a cricketer that's followed, you know, or supporter of cricket for the last 20 years. There's, you know, just because you bat 9 doesn't mean you can't hit the ball out the park. I mean, it seems to be a bit of an ongoing nightmare. So yeah, I think I would certainly echo that. You've got to find a way of taking wickets. That's really the only way to drag a team's run rate down, is actually to strike. What do you think, Sam?
Yeah, I agree. And Sam's a bit hit and miss, isn't he? If you look at his numbers first up, you think, okay, he's not a brilliant batter, but I think in the Big Bash he hit 98 off 44 not so long ago. And I agree here. Actually, what have you got? Harmer, we know, can strike a decent cricket ball. He's an amazing all-round cricketer. I think he was in the middle when they won the Blast in 2019. But below that, Nijar, Allison and Sam Cook. I think if Somerset can pick up 1-2 quick wickets as soon as they come back, they will be looking to keep Essex well under par. So Essex, Critchley will want to bat to the end, won't he, really, and hope that Sams can come off for a little bit, maybe Harmer too. They won't want to go all the way down to the tail. And how often in T20 cricket these days do you see 9, 10 and 11 actually get a chance to bat?
Well, yeah, I think it's the perception that they're batting in those positions because they're not capable. But, you know, if you flip this on its head, and we have Tom Abel out there now on 50 and we're in a similar position, Somerset would have Rolf van der Merwe, Machant de Lange and Josh Davey to come in. You know, every single one of those is a known quality player, but they don't get much exposure in T20 cricket. But, you know, if Machant de Lange in particular gets hold of the ball, it's probably going to raise 150 quid for that charity, because that would be sailing at the park, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he certainly hits a very long ball. I take your point. I think that the 3 that you just named for Somerset, I think, is stronger batting wise than the Essex 3, and that's setting myself up for a fall when Sam Cooks comes out and hits 4 sixes off the last 4 balls of the innings. But I take your point.
I'm going to slowly make this a prediction-free commentary box, because, like I said, every time I make a prediction, it's an absolute shocker. But the umpires have just walked out to the middle to catch up with head groundsman Scott here, Alex Wharf, Tom Lungley chatting. There are clips coming out of the covers at the moment. The pipes are being reeled in. It looks like we are set for some cricket in the next 15 to 20 minutes with any luck. Doesn't look like there's enough water on the outfield for the blotter, so with any luck and literally the wind behind us, we might be out there pretty soon. Yeah, I think, are we all in agreement that whatever tactical decision you make, it's about taking the wicket?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's how you restrict these sides, isn't it? I think it would be the same in the women's game, to be honest. But wickets can kill that batting side. So yeah, we obviously want to try and get Critchley, who's going nicely. But I think any wicket that you can take during the innings just stalls that momentum, doesn't it? And hopefully the break in play can stall Essex's momentum, and hopefully Somerset can make sure that they're on the money from ball one when we do get back out there.
We can see it has. I mean, apart from that, they've had that one partnership, haven't they? Pepper and Critchley really got going, put on 76 for the third wicket. But other than that, until this, what are we now, 6 wickets down, or 5 down the 6th wicket, until that there's been no other partnership. So that's how Somerset have reeled back in, despite at one point it looked like there was 5-6 overs of Essex dominating between those two. But actually, since they've split that up, Somerset, they've been on top.
Yeah, I think you're always going to have, you take a wicket, there's always going to be a little period of rebuilding. It might only be 2 or 3 balls, but 2 or 3 balls in T20 cricket. I mean, I don't know what the stats are, but most T20 games come down to what, 10-15 runs? If you had to average it out, it's not much, is it? 10-15 runs, and that's 3 sixes or 3 boundaries. So it's if you can, even get them to rethink their strategy just for a short period. If you do that maybe 6 or 7 times, you're winning a lot of games if you take 5-6 wickets.
How do you two approach it? You both played far more cricket at a far higher level than me. When you go out in a T20 game as opposed to a 4-day game, because a 4-day game, I'm going to give myself time to set here. Mentally, do you go, okay, actually I give myself 2 or 3 balls to set? Because Chris Gale...
Did you not watch me play 4-day cricket?
Well, true. But Chris Gale, notoriously slow starter, when you'd often turn on, if you caught an IPL game a little bit late, and he'd be one off 5 or 6 balls. But it's okay to take that couple of balls to set yourself up.
Oh, 100%. I don't think I ever went out into a game thinking about hitting the first ball for 6 or anything like that. I mean, the game would have maybe dictated to me a couple of times in 20 odd years that might have been the way to go, but I mean, there's not even the best of the best wouldn't have a consistent performance level if they were trying to hit 6s from ball 1. A lot of, I know Alex Hales, for instance, has about 5 or 6 number 4s written on different parts of his bat, on the back of the bat, on the handle, on the shoulder, wherever, because his mentality is to go out looking for 4s, and he just believes that if he gets the angles right and the loft, the angle of the bat right and hits it well, the 6s will come. But his strategy is actually to go out and try and hit 4s, and he's one of the most destructive batters that will be on show on this Vitality Blast. So I think, for me personally, you kind of wait for a feeling. I always used to wait for a feeling that, whether it be after 2 balls or 10 balls, I would just get into a flow, and I would have the pace of the pitch, the pace of the bowler. I would have settled into the conditions. Because let's be fair, even to the back end of my career, I played hundreds of games. You go out in a big crowd of people with the TV cameras on you and all this kind of stuff. It just takes you a couple of minutes just to settle into that, because your adrenaline's going all over the place, and I don't think many people bat well with the adrenaline pumping too much. I speak to a lot of great players. Chris Gale, as you could visibly see how relaxed he is, but Sachin Tendulkar, I had a conversation with him when I was a young cricketer, and all he talked about was his breathing. He felt that if he controlled his breathing and the tempo of his heart rate, that was how he played his best cricket, and he said across all the formats. So yeah, it was a feeling for me, and actually the calmer I felt internally, the more destructive I was outside. So it's fascinating stuff.
Yeah, I think you just get into a little bit of a flow. I mean, look, I was probably scratching around at the first part of my innings today, and then suddenly you just get one away and you just find your groove. I think a lot of it comes down to the bowlers that you almost fancy taking on, and what you're really good at. So, whether you match up well against spin or seam, and whatever they bowl at you, then you can look to target different areas. Definitely in the women's game, with only 4 out after the power play, I mean, there's a gap somewhere, and I think you can start to be really clever. The best players in the world can be really clever around, playing around with which one you want out, which ones you don't, etc. So sometimes as a captain, I'm thinking, where do I put, where does that fielder come up into the ring? I've got to try and make them do something different. What's their least preferred option? I mean, they're good everywhere, but what's their least preferred option? And I think that's where the game's going, where players are just good enough to manipulate the field. You know, are you going to hit over mid-off if that one's up, and then, you know, mid-off goes back and they bring square up, and then, you know, can you sweep? And that's definitely where the women's game's going, and I think that's the beauty of only having 4 out.
Switch that around when you're skippering in the fielding side. How much of it is a case of you having to hold your nerve? So you'll move a fielder in, and so often you see the field changes, and the next ball, though fine legs come up, and the batter just dabbles it over the top there. How is it a test of your nerve then as skipper not to immediately move back and stick to your guns?
Yeah, I think you've got to be brave. I think that's where analysis really helps as well, in terms of where players are looking to target and their preferences. And you've got to trust your bowlers that they're going to execute as well. But yeah, I think it is about holding your nerve and backing your skills. And, you know, we've spoken a little bit at Storm around, I don't want to give too many tactics away, but, you know, just trying to play and get in batters' heads around, oh, actually, yeah, mid-off you come up, or, oh, no, actually, no, we want you to go back. And it's almost like players will premeditate for that fifth option, where that fifth boundary rider would be. So, you know, if you bring square up, you know, well, you're pretty confident that they might sweep. So, you know, what delivery are you going to bowl to try and counteract that?
So you might, and forgive me if I've missed, but you might say there's a bit of mind games going on. You'll move a fielder knowing you're not actually going to move them, but just for the batters to clock that and go, right, well, I'm going to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I think there's a couple girls on the circuit that are very good at what they do. They can hit 360, and you're just trying to get in their head a little bit and almost like play on their ego around, oh, well, we know you're going to hit it there because that fielder's up. Are we going to bring them in? Are we going to leave them there? And just taking our time a little bit more. I think sometimes in T20 cricket it's crash, bang, wallop, and as skipper you're just trying to rush through, like, what's my best option? Right, let's just get through it. But sometimes just take a little bit of a moment to, yeah, mess around with the field, play on a few players' sort of patience, because they'll be like chomping at the bit to get bat on ball. So yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about just taking a minute and, yeah, assessing what your best option is, really.
Interesting stuff. I mean, I was always quite fascinated when, you know, with the way people go. Whoever I played with, Trez obviously played a lot of cricket with him and knew his game as well as he did in some ways. And then I had the opportunity to bat with Chris Gale, and that was fascinating. His the way he thought about it going through an innings. You kind of think that he would just go out and play, but there was actually a lot of thought that went into how he would go about things. As there is a little bit of movement here, the bowlers are having a warm-up. I'll go into my Chris Gale tactical stories at a later stage. More importantly, now we are looking like we're going to get underway here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I believe we've got some messages from somewhere in the stands from Rob Scanlon. Where are you, Rob? Well, Rob's going to be 2 minutes away, so we maybe will have a story about Chris Gale. So I was batting with Chris Gale, and we were opening the bat, and I was with him, which was an amazing experience from my point of view. He's the self-proclaimed universe boss. So I was like, yeah, this is going to be pretty exciting. And we were playing against Hampshire, and he faced the first ball, and it was bowled by Fidel Edwards, and you could sense that the way that he was warming up, this was like a big West Indian, who's got the biggest biceps thing going on. So it was really, Fidel was looking a bit slippery in warm up, and Chris Gale was having his taps, and he faced the first ball off Fidel Edwards that he sort of like palmed down, and he came down the wicket to me and goes, "Fiddy bowling fast, you take him on." And I was like, mate, what do you mean I'm taking him on? You're Chris Gale, you should be taking him on. But luckily, we do have Rob Scanlon down, and he's with, there's Spider-Man, there's some sort of wizard, there's the Pink Panther, there's a guy with really small biceps. Over to you, Rob. I was taking the step away option more often than not, do you know what I mean? And creating room. He bowled the speed of light. It was over 90 miles an hour on the old Sky camera, and wow, it just amazed me that he was going to take on the guy bowling powder puff at the other end, and I had to sit down Fiddy's end. But there we go. Maybe that's why he had such an amazing record, and dum-dum like me would take on those challenges as the covers are being wheeled off. Are we able to speak to Rob? One last chance.
Just had word, Peter. We're starting at 17:50, so in about 6 minutes time. 18 overs, so Essex are going to lose a couple of overs.
Great news here. We are back underway. It looks like there has been a bit of a change. We'll update you on the exact mathematics of how many overs will be left and how many Somerset will have to bowl here at the moment. Everything gets a little bit affected by the rain at a cricket pitch. We've got technical issues. We've got ropes going around the outfield. I've never got the rope. Come on, let's have a little conversation. The rope that moves the water and just drops it behind. I've never quite got the rope thing. I get, disperse the water and all that sort of stuff, but it's not like the rope's going to sop up anything once it's moved away. Is that actually doing anything?
So are you saying at a club game this summer, Peter, and it started raining and you're sat on the outside, you won't be the first man up around the Weston-super-Mare ground?
Well, I'll do the inside lap, but I'm not doing the outside lap. Absolutely not. And we don't have a tractor, but that is my brother's job. Sam, if you're listening, you are on rope duty at WSM this year. There's no way I am doing the rope lap, because I think it's absolute nonsense as well.
Yeah, it'd be much more fun if they just used it as a giant skipping rope and got the fielders to have a little go as they went round.
What is there a song that you sing when you do a bit of that sort of skipping stuff? I can remember playing in the playgrounds, and there was always a song where there was a bit of hopscotch going on or something like that, and a bit of rope skipping.
Ring of Roses, was that it?
What about a maypole thing?
I'm trying to think. You're testing my knowledge now.
Yeah, you're testing me now, intrigued.
To be fair, I was always 2-foot tackling, playing football.
I can imagine.
Wouldn't have interested me anything like that.
Question for you, Peter, right? Just slightly going back to what we were talking about. 20 years of the Vitality Blast now wasn't always. You played in the first one. How much has changed in terms of what we were talking about tactics-wise? Was it a bit, because it was also new those first few years, was it a bit try and smash every ball out of the park until people realised?
I think it wasn't taken seriously. I thought that, like the 100 at the moment, I thought there was a perception at the time that it wouldn't be around for long. I played it was the second game actually. I was playing for Kent, and we played against, who did we play against? We played against Hampshire. So the first ball I faced in T20 cricket was bowled by Wasim Akram, and the late great Andrew Simons got one of the best 90 odds I've ever seen, and it was a near 200 game played then, or certainly a very high scoring game played there. So even in the very start of it, at the end of the day, if you get the best cricketers playing whatever format, it's amazing. I don't think, bar I think ramping, I don't think the game's changed a great deal. And slower bounces. Everyone always used to bowl Yorkers. Spinners always dominated from the word go. Bar ramping and slower ball bounces, I think they're the two real big evolutions in the game from what I've seen. And I think the general upskilling of the game is nothing to do with the techniques. It's the physicalities of a player now from 20 years ago. I think that's changed. You've got, we used to have to hide fielders. We'd have 3 or 4 cart horse bowlers that you'd have to hide. You can't have enough third mans. You know what I mean? And it's like, now you have a look out there now, and you've just got athletes everywhere that can dive and catch one-handed, and I think that's been the real biggest evolution of the game over the 20 years. As Josh Davey gets us back underway to start the 16th over. Bowling to Matt Critchley, who tries to, like Sophie said, I think they've brought third man up, and he's instantly tried to play a shot to expose that position. So what are the overs now? Sam, are you aware?
18, so we've got 3 left. So who does this, if you were a batting side, are you a bit annoyed? I mean, presumably they'll play around. I say play around. There'll be some kind of calculation that will rejig Essex's score slightly.
Well, in my personal opinion, all of these Duckworth, whatever they're called, they always are very harsh on the team batting first, in my opinion. They never seem to work out right. I mean, you'll get a chase and you're like, you know, you'd have scored, you know, if this was reduced all of a sudden now and Essex got 121 off of 15 overs, all of a sudden Somerset will have to chase 123 off 15 overs. And it just never seemed to make sense. Would you agree with that, Soph?
Yeah, I would agree with that, absolutely.
So I think Somerset would be very happy if there is a Vera Duckworth or whatever it's called these days that comes into play. I think the perception will be it will favour Somerset, as that ball is clothed, let's say clothed into mid-wicket by Matthew Critchley, who scampers a 2 and is on to 60, batting really, really nicely.
Probably the first one he's missed time today, actually.
Yeah, it's that little bit of a break. You hope it will bring a wicket for Somerset. Matt Critchley would be very handy to have out, but like I said, it's got to that stage now where there's, you know, such a small amount of cricket left to be played. 15 balls. What will Essex be looking to try and score off of 15 balls? Maybe 30 runs. If they can get up to 150, I think they'll be pretty happy, wouldn't they? He strikes down the ground and he picks out Ben Green, the safe hands of Ben Green down there at long on, and that is the vital wicket. Matthew Critchley out for a very well played 60. Essex now 123 for 6. Josh Davey, in fairness, hasn't bowled the greatest ball, but it hasn't been timed. It's led to the 6th Essex Eagles wicket to fall. In comes the skipper, Simon Harmer.
Well, that kind of plays into what you were talking about having as well as the rejigging of the scores. It's also Critchley's only got 3 overs to go rather than 5, so he can't even take an over to have a look again and get settled. He has to go from the start.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, you know, that I think Matt Critchley, and even though there was a couple of wickets, Daniel Sams had just hit that big bomb. There was momentum, and that little rain break I thought came at a really good time for Somerset there, because, you know, Matt Critchley has just had half an hour. You know, his adrenaline would have been up, he would have been seeing the ball well, and then he had half an hour and a couple of digestives and a cup of tea. All of a sudden, everything about what his day was leading up to has completely changed, and, you know, 2 runs later he's out. So yeah, very timely breaking proceedings as Josh Davey bowls a slower ball bouncer, but it's given a no ball for being too high, which is a good effort because Simon Harmer's quite a big fella. Tom Lungley there at square leg, ex-bowler for Derbyshire. I always think that ex-bowling umpires kind of like giving no balls. They can sort of give back a little bit of pain that they felt once upon a time in their career. A fantastic delivery there by Josh Davey. Simon Harmer has played all around that one, poles everywhere. Fantastic bowling from Josh Davey. Essex Eagles now 7 down for 125. What a great break, Soph.
Yeah, great delivery there by Davey. They would have been frustrated by the previous delivery being called a no ball, but yeah, great reply. And yeah, Harmer would have probably fancied his chances with a couple overs to go to get a few away. But it looks like it's going to be Aaron Najjar that comes to the crease. I actually went to uni with Aaron. He was on the same Cardiff MCCU programme as me, so spent a little bit of time training with him, mainly in the gym actually.
Decent player?
Yeah, he's a decent player. Didn't see too much of him from a skills perspective.
Just good at the old bicep curls, bench press.
But yeah, in the gym,
all that sort of
yeah,
stuff.
I tried to match the boys as best I could.
I'm sure you give them all a run for their money. Great comeback over at the start of this second part of the Essex Eagles.
Yeah, we said that this break might just play in Somerset's favour. Essex stalled their momentum.
Davey closing out his 3rd and last over. Great bit of bowling there from JD. 3 for 22 off of his 3 overs. A good night's work. That'll be his last for the night. I'm sure there's a calculation of who can bowl what. De Lange is coming on now for his final over, sporting the number 90. One of those bowlers, I think, at the right times when he comes on. You know, he comes on at the back end of an innings when a number 2, number 3, number 4 batters fly in, and sometimes that extra pace can bring a few runs. But I think having someone bowling 90 miles an hour against the lower order, totally different proposition. So really excited to watch how De Lange goes about this. Biggles steaming in. And right on cue, a thick edge that would normally go about 5 yards from most bowlers, but because of his pace, carries all the way down to third man Josh Davey. Takes a great catch high up around his chest, and De Lange strikes that extra pace, and your old mate is out for one.
Yeah, that extra pace indeed, and it was a good catch by Davey. Never easy down there, and that's flown off the bat, hasn't it? But yeah, De Lange's in the wickets tonight. He'd have been disappointed with his performance at Canterbury the other night, but yeah, going well here, and yeah, only 2 more balls and the Essex innings could be over here.
Yeah, that extra pace, like I said, it could fly, but it also can be very destructive. I can remember playing in New Zealand, and Wellington signed Sean Tate, and everyone was genuinely petrified. But they played their games at the Westpac Stadium, which is a drop-in football pitch. He never bowled 4 overs or less than 50, just because that extra pace can go absolutely miles. But we saw it in this last summer in the 100 ball for the Trent Rockets. De Lange, when he gets those toe crushers going, most batters out in the country do not fancy it.
He comes in for a lot of stick, Martin De Lange, and I think a lot of it is unwarranted, because in T20 games, if you bowl 90 miles an hour, there will be days where you'll go for 40 or 4. That's just a game. But he would have also won 3 or 4 games. He very rarely bowls in the first 6 overs, so he's always bowling a bit later on when teams are going after him, and quite often he'll bowl 3 or 4 overs in the middle, pick up a couple of wickets, and it really is a match winner. He can change a game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, Somerset have got such depth in their bowling and batting that, you know, providing there is a horses for courses attitude, and there's some smart captaincy, which I'm sure there will be, use him at the right times. He's absolutely devastating. He's just got another wicket. He's got 3 for 5 runs, and he's changing this game on its head.
Made that 4 for 6, I think it's going to be.
This is 4th.
4 for 6. So I'm sure someone will moan. You know what Twitter's like and all those things. Someone will not rate it. But I mean, at the end of the day, this is where the knowledge of the professional game and people who love their cricket but haven't played at that level don't understand this. When you play a 10-14 game season, you don't want a bloke that just gets an okay score every game of the 14. You want match winners. You want 11 match winners, but you don't want 11 match winners to all have a match-winning performance on one game. You want it to share it around. De Lange will win you 4 to 6 games out of a 14-game series. That sort of performance, those sort of players qualify you. That's what wins you trophies, not guys who get 1-fers every game. Am I right, Save?
Yeah, you've got to have that point of difference, and he's certainly got that as he's in again.
Enjoyed playing against Essex. Took 3 for 35 here last year against them in the first game of the season. But yeah, you're spot on. There's days. He bowled in the Hampshire game. It was a really tight game here last year, and Colin de Grandhomme was going really well. I think he bowled 4 overs for 13 or something in the middle, which is some effort.
Yeah, I know everyone plays, oh yeah, I don't worry about pace. No, even, one of the bravest batsmen in world cricket, certainly that I ever played with, Justin Langer, he said anyone who says they love facing genuine fast bowlers is a liar. No, you don't love the 90 miles an hour at your head. Some people cope with it, some people embrace that as a challenge, but no one enjoys it. It's not nice. Having someone like him in county cricket will, like I said, over the course of a series, they're going to win your competitions. Superb bowling from De Lange. Not only that, he's a top fella, and he's just finished his spell, and he's got 4 for 8 runs. 4 for 9 runs? 4 for 9 runs. I'm sure there's someone out there, though, in the Twitterverse who will have an issue with it. But to be fair, Delanger, you got my vote, mate. First man on the team sheet. Any time of the day. What, we have a right couple of balls there, don't we there, so the old Thatcher's balls. Are they apples? They must be apples.
Yeah,
must be apples if they're
haven't they?
Thatcher's.
Yeah.
Hey, that's outstanding. God, that'd make a decent pint of cider, wouldn't it, those two?
Yeah, I can't wait to see what's going to happen with those at the interval.
Scary.
Might be a bit greasy out there as well.
What a scary thought. Josh Davey coming in to bowl the final over this innings. Bowls a slower ball, but he's given the dreaded width and it's been slashed through point for 4. Essex 134 for 9, one more wicket. Because you know what, the old Vera, Duckworth, Lewis, whatever they're called, when you take a load of wickets, that massively affects the calculation, doesn't it? So if Somerset do bowl Essex out here, Somerset's chase would be dramatically reduced for when it's their turn. Josh Davey, can he find that last wicket? Cook on strike, known for his bowling, not so much his batting, but he's a pretty handy player. He will also have in the back of his mind the coach saying, don't get bowled out, don't get bowled out. He's still got to get a few runs.
Yeah, given this field, Davies probably looking to bowl pretty straight and pretty full, I would suggest. Maybe changing up his pace. He's got short third, backward point, cover, extra cover, all in the ring. So tight offside field there.
Yeah, it certainly says that he shouldn't be bowling anything outside off stump. I would have said Yorkers and slower bounces, slower balls into the pitch, making the batter hit leg side, where there's almost, an extra third of a boundary, is a load of room out there. 4 fielders patrolling, no one out on the offside. Tells a story to me. One of the predictions I actually got right, the slower bouncer, and I'm not sure quite what happened there. I think Tom Banton's going to have to come to Western Supermare for a game of Skittles. He needs to work on his flopper. That was a woeful effort, Mr. Banton. We'll have to get him to Western Supermare Football Club on the Skittle Alley at some stage this summer. Get him to work on that technique. Great bit of bowling there from Josh Davey, the slower bouncer. Only one side of the wicket that can be hit. And there are 4 Somerset fielders patrolling. Fielded Lewis Gregory. Deep mid off. JD's executed the Yorker well there. Bowled well, hasn't he?
Yeah, very well.
Maybe 2 balls, I think he's bowled with a bit of width.
Width, yeah, and he's got punished, hasn't he? But apart from that, he's been on the money.
I was surprised actually with the calculations that JD was able to bowl his 4th and final over. I thought it would be a maximum of 3 and someone else would have to do it. So obviously worked out that one person could bowl the 4. Tom Abel getting his money's worth out of JD today as he swats that down the ground. Ben Green doing the fielding. Brilliant fielder is Ben Green. Nearly hits the stumps. Essex close out their innings on 139 for 9. Way under what they looked like they were going to get after about 7 or 8 overs. So a brilliant effort by captain Tom Abel and the bowlers. I think in particular Marshall Delanger and Lewis Goldsworthy when he came on. I thought that was a real changing point in the innings.
Yeah, I think I like the tactic of a little bit of a period in that middle where Goldsworthy, Van der Merwe were bowling in tandem, seemed to work nicely and actually probably gave Tom Abel options at the end to keep going with Davey and to keep going with Delanger to finish the innings nicely there. So yeah, Essex 139 for 9. We'll wait to see if that's adjusted with Duckworth Lewis.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the old computer spits out. We will be back in a while. The Thatcher's balls are coming. Oh, Thatcher's apples are coming. Yeah. Oh, so childish, aren't they? The Thatcher's apples are come rolling onto the ground now. I'm not sure if we're going to be covering what is going to happen there. I'm sure it's some sort of crowd interaction, sort of challenge over there. There are cones being laid out. It looks like it might be some sort of race. Can you get inside those? Is it like one of those Zorba things? I don't think you can get
inside them. I reckon they might be pushing them or rolling them, or be a good effort to throw them, wouldn't it?
I'm almost as intrigued to watch
Although
that.
They've got cricket bats
Somerset's
down
batting.
there. They've got cricket bats down there, Tariq. So
how far can you hit an apple?
The bats look very small in comparison to the apples.
Don't they just? I'm almost as excited to see this as I am the second innings here.
Looks like it's going to be the red team versus the blue team.
Here we go. Thatcher's apples are in place.
To see what I can do. Yeah, definitely got some bats. So I'm not sure what's going on.
I have to say I'm slightly nervous. I'm not sure I'm excited. It's more nerves.
Here we go then. First up, we've got Taiwan Andy on the near side representing Bishop's Lily, and on the far side, closest to the Somerset stand, we've got David and Hayden with Walton Vale Cricket Club. So first up, the ball will be tossed to them. We've got to hit it into the stand, push the China plate rifles down the outfield, get back, and the teammate goes, and whoever's going to crash the post with a slab of practice goal. Right. Give them all your support. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Let's go.
Right, there's some half-time. Half-time, that's a very football term, isn't it? There's some interval entertainment out on the pitch, but we've got some entertainment of our own, courtesy of our good friends at Trade Nation. Now, a few of you might remember the game from before. We've got a few numbers I'm going to call. I'm going to say hello to them, and what they've got to do is first and foremost say, how's that, Trade Nation? If they do that, they win some wonderful prizes. How about this? 4 VIP tickets to the Boardmasters Festival. In mid-August, I was having a look at the lineup myself. I really want to win these, Sophie. George Ezra, the Laphams, Bastille, Bombay Bicycle Club, Kings of Leon. It's right up my street. So right,
very good.
I'm going to multitask here, which I'm really not very good at, but I've got some numbers. So I'm going to give Jason a call. Let's hope I put the number in correctly, and we'll hope that Jason answers, and I will just give him a little bit of time to say it, but I'm not going to prompt him. Let's see what happens. See how we go here.
So if you say hello, that's it.
I'm going to blank him now.
Okay.
Always a bit of tension at this point, Sophie, isn't it? Oh, Jason, hello. It's like it's me, isn't it? Yeah, you've got me. It's Sam at Somerset County Cricket Club. I didn't even need to prompt you. Congratulations, you have won yourself 4 VIP tickets to Boardmasters Festival. Now, first and foremost, how do you feel? How do you feel?
Oh, good. Thank you.
Good. Right, and who are you going to take to the Boardmasters Festival? What have you got? Mid-August, we were just going through the lineup. I am available, just to let you know.
Good price to win, isn't it? Not bad for a freebie.
Not bad for a freebie. Yes, I like that. Are you watching the game, Jason?
I bet take the misses and a couple of friends.
Oh, that sounds like a good, long weekend for you in mid-August. I hope you.
Not bad down Newquay.
No, it's not bad down Newquay at all. Are you watching the game?
Yeah, I've been watching on the street.
Yeah.
Hopefully the rest stays off, we'll be alright.
Yeah, you reckon that's a winning? Well, I assume you're of a Somerset persuasion. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at
2 from 2. What about Marchant Delanga there in the middle? He's seriously sharp, isn't he? Say again, Jace. Who's going to score the runs for Somerset then? Who do you think is going to chase down? Yes. Who are you backing to top score? Tom Abel. I think that is a good shout. Well, Jace, we will find out very shortly, but congratulations again. Thank you to our friends at Trade Nation, and enjoy your lovely weekend.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're very welcome, sir. You're very welcome. Cheers. How about that, Sophie? Well drilled, wasn't he?
Yeah, very well done. First caller, and yeah, he was on the money.
Oh, he absolutely was. So players are back out, and I think I've just had a signal from Polly, who is the first person to know about anything going on at the Cooper Associates County Ground is Polly Rhodes, the scorer, and I think she signalled 144 to me. 144 to win. 144 for Somerset to win.
Off 18 overs.
18 overs. Come on, Sophie, what's the maths? I can't do it.
I've had too much maths today. Earlier today, bonus point is like, yeah, flummoxed my maths for the day. I'm out. So, yeah.
The brain must be fried. Well, Somerset then need 144 to make it 2 wins from 2. That would be a magnificent way to start the campaign for them. Polly's trying to tell me something else. I'm not quite sure. My lip reading is rubbish, but they're on the way. Umpires are on the way back out. Quick turnaround in T20 cricket. What do you reckon, Sophie? Who did Essex open up with? We were talking a little bit earlier on about those free spin options they've got. Is that risky to open up with a spinner here?
I think teams have sort of not strayed away from it, but it was sort of the norm, wasn't it, when T20 cricket came in, that, you know, first over try and sneak one and you know, use a spinner and you know, try and pick up a wicket, but just not really go for many. It's something that we've done in the women's game, obviously heavily dominated by slower spin bowling. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see who Essex do go to here. They'll probably want to pick up a couple of early wickets. So, you know, do they go to their overseas signing in Daniel Sams to try and get a couple of wickets on that board early? Yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
Is that what you say to the spinner when you're chucking in the ball for the first over? We're just going to try and get away for one here.
No, I don't, because we've got Claire Nicholas and she's pretty good at what she does. But wicket in the first over can really kill you as a batting side. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be Smead and Banton. They're heading out to the wicket, sort of waiting for the Essex fielders to let them know which end they're going to be starting at.
Well, it's going to be interesting, is it? Just for reference, in that game up at Kent, it was Daniel Sams who opened the bowling. Just having a quick look at left arm seamer. Nijar bowled the second over. They changed it about a bit. They go the opposite to Somerset, who had, 2 from Lammonby, 2 from Josh Davey, who I think had identical figures. They both went for took 1 for 13, but they had Sam Nijar, Sam Cook, Ben Allison also had a bowl, and then they went back to Cook and Sam, so they really kept Somerset guessing. How good has Sam Cook been in T20 cricket in the last year or two, by the way?
Yeah, he's a good prospect, isn't he? He's actually in my fantasy team county championship wise. He's not made it into my T21, but yeah, he's a very good bowler. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how he goes.
It looks to me like we're going to have to wait to see how Sam Cook goes, because it looks like it's lining up to be the left-hander Daniel Sams who plays his Big Bash cricket for Sydney Thunder. 19 wickets in the latest iteration of that tournament. Went for just under 8.5 overs and 8.5 and over. 13 games. Peter Trigger was correct. It was the Mumbai Indians he plays for out in the IPL.
Very good knowledge from Triggs, that.
It was. I'd expect nothing less from a man of Peter Trigo's calibre.
I've just done a little bit of maths as well, and I reckon Somerset need 8 and over here. So yeah.
To know one slip.
Fancy our chances.
Critchley waits. Banton just pushes it into the offside. There's a ring of fielders on the offside. Sam Cook, who we were just talking about, is at a short third man position, which is more and more popular these days off a seamer. Do you find that in the women's game too? Rather than allowing them to run one down for one, actually you stop that run altogether?
Yeah, and I think, you know, I've said a lot about women's cricket, pace off the ball, but yeah, I think you find out that you probably have sort of short third, short fine more often than not, you know, even in power play.
Banton happy just to push that to mid-off. It looks like they're setting Banton up potentially for a /3 point here. There's a man at just backward point, and there's a man. Well, there's basically 2 points in, and a man at extra cover as well. I think Aaron Najar's in there at point.
Yeah, very square actually. You know, Najar's probably just in front of point, and then you've got sort of cover. There's no real. I guess Harmer's just loitering, coming a little bit straighter towards extra cover there.
Playing a miss there from Tom Banton, who just loses his balance slightly as he follows the ball, misses it, and then wanders over. Adam Rossington with the gloves for Essex, as we predicted. Michael Pepper, who we saw make runs with the bat a little bit earlier on, he's also wicket keeper. Adam Wheater's down on this scorecard, but I'm not sure he's playing. Peter Trigo is back with us.
Never left, Sam, never left.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Just looking forward to witnessing this. Take a few extra balls. Tom Banton certainly is an exciting prospect. The thought of Banton and Smeed ticking on all cylinders. If they can get going, they will take apart this total in no time. What do we think about the calculation? What's the feeling?
Fancy 8 and over. They've got a bit of time, haven't they? They don't have to go flat out from the start. They've chased this sort of total many times here. Flicked into the leg side, and that will be the first run. Mid-wicket cuts it off. Has to move to his left, and they take a single. I mean, that's well below par at Taunton, really. 8 and over in a T20 game.
Certainly is.
You were saying, Triggs, that it usually favours the bowling side, and I think it's certainly done that, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you always get those strange equations, but then again, when you lose 9 wickets in a T20 innings, I think it would be a bit wrong to expect a huge total, so I think it's relatively reflective. I just know from the past there have been a few equations that get thrown up. Smeed check drives his first ball for 4, times it at the middle of the bat. What a young talent this man is. He's been playing all over the place. Scores runs for fun wherever he goes. Yeah, I can remember just playing in a few games where you have to double take at the equation that gets spat out of the computer, and I think in this case, to be fair, it seems pretty reasonable. Essex never really got going apart from Matt Critchley. That little period in the middle where Critchley and Pepper got going. Apart from that, there wasn't a great deal. So I think even if they would have played their extra couple of overs, they wouldn't have got too many more, I don't think so. 8 and over seems a pretty fair reflection of their performance.
Going to be Sam Cook then with the new ball from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. One slip, waits, and Banton's down the track. Not the most convincing shot, just gets a bit of an inside edge. They come through for a single. I can't think about Will Smeed without that bit of commentary from the 100, the Smeed smears bit on TV. Smeed smears into the leg side. He's got this shot where he just picks it up off his legs and flicks it over deep square leg for 6. We saw it a few times here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's a joy to watch.
Yeah, he's certainly a great timer of the ball. I mean, he was highly thought of when he was at school. I don't think, I mean, the true Somerset followers that are listening today will know how much of a compliment this is. I think Smeed, from the age of about 13, was touted as the next Hildreth, and I don't think you can get a higher compliment in Somerset colours than being the next James Hildreth. And he's certainly showing a lot of skills.
Another ball, cut away, he's going to get 4. Started under the pace. Will Smeed takes Somerset on to 10. Just a shorter ball from Sam Cook because it was too wide. And Smeed, even though he didn't quite time it as well as he would like, to cut it away. 4. Yeah, I think Andy Nash said he was when he was chair, so he could well be the best technical batter Somerset have ever produced.
Well, if anyone knows a technical batter, it's Andy Nash.
I thought you might say that. When you're playing, do you hear about kids like that, when even though they're 11, 12? Are you hearing about the lads that are coming through?
Yeah, I think as well, you know, Somerset are sort of, you know, the schools around Taunton are synonymous with the club as well. So when you see any of the lads that go to the schools local to here, you know, getting big runs, and Will Smeed's name just popped up over and over and over again, and you know, at a young age, he sort of drip fed into being around the second team. I actually captained a game with him and his brother in a second 11 3-day game. Might have even been a 4-day game years ago, and I was slightly concerned because neither of the Smeeds looked like they had any interest in playing more than a 1-day game, and it certainly looks that way at the moment for Will Smeed. I can remember, you know, after our first, I think we were T on day 1 after fielding for 2 sessions, and I think his younger brother, I think his name might be Henry, said, "Crikey me, this is a long day." And it was day 1 on his debut for Somerset. I was like, mate, you should really be excited, not thinking you want it over already. But yeah, he's certainly a talented lad, and I believe his brother's not a bad sportsman either.
Yeah, he's all right. Right, I think Rob Scanlon is somewhere in the ground. Let's find Rob Scanlon.
Himself out. Where are you, Rob?
I'm back in the fan village. There's a few lads from Ilminster Cricket Club having a good day, but also we've got Stumpy, our beloved mascot here, William, Arthur and Jacob having a great day. Guys, you enjoying it?
Yeah!
Who's going to win?
Somerset!
There we go. Do you agree, Stumpy?
Somerset!
Yeah, there was Rob Scanlon with Stumpy the, I'm going to say Stumpy the Dragon, and look at Peter Trigo knowingly.
Well, a wyvern is a kind of dragon as well. That's another thing that's got forgotten in this ridiculous debate that we seem to be perpetually having. Also never existed.
Dot ball there. Smeed just opened the face up to Sam Cook at short third man.
Nice promising start from these two, both to have their heads firmly invested in this game. Will Smeed's got off to a bit of a flyer. Banton looking to feel his way in as he predicted. And Smeed steps away, and trying to avoid saying smear now, but that is exactly what he did. He smeared that over third man. I'll go into my brain archives and think of a better word for a smeary-ish shot from Will Smeed.
I'd love to get inside Peter Trigo's brain archives.
You might never come out. You might not come out alive. It's a scary place in here.
That I can believe.
Daniel Sams, fresh from the IPL, taking a bit of damage here. Welcome to Taunton, Daniel Sams.
That hand speed from Smeed.
Hand Smeed.
Oh, mouthful, wouldn't it?
Isn't it just?
And
there it
again,
is.
yes.
There is his hand smeared speed over the fine leg boundary for a maximum. Absolutely fantastic. But you're right, Sophie mentioned it. You know, it is the hand speed, isn't it? Yes, he's got a decent sized cricket bat in his hand, but it's not about that. The distances that boy hits the bat is just because he has that natural timing. Probably another lad like Josh Butler, who grew up playing a lot of hockey, you know, flipping those wrists at point of impact. Absolutely belting that. There's such a small margin for error when you play against someone as talented as Will Smeed.
I think for me it's just the way that he picked up the length. Like, he's just onto it so quickly, and yeah, they're not the biggest of boundaries here in Taunton, are they? And yeah, he just almost whipped that one away.
Yeah, I get the feeling that the way he sets up, I think he sits on that shot over square leg like Adam Rossington. I think he sits there and he reacts to the forward ball instead of a lot of players would go the other way. They would sort of like press forward, rock back. I think he's very much the other way. It looks like he's loaded on that quad as he's done there, and he's belted that nearly up into the top tier of the Pegasus stand. Those retirement flats have just got a whole lot more lively this afternoon. Will Smeed is on fire.
That's got to be 150 quid, surely, for charity. And it's Will Smeed's charity as well. It's what he's picked, Sporting Minds.
Well, it bounced back in, so there might be a bit of debate there. But Trade Nation, very generous, great company, do a lot of work for charity, so I'm sure they'll be dipping in their pockets for 150 quid. Well batted, Will Smeed. Sams in again to Will Smeed. And he's gambled with a slower ball into the pitch. Yeah, it's almost like a short arm jab as well, isn't it? But he seems to just deliver so much speed through impact. It looks to me like, you know, if I had to analyse Will Smeed technically, it looks like there's more weight on his right leg. It looks like his quads engaged, ready to sort of launch into anything short of a length, and then just use his hands for the fuller stuff. Really good way to go about it. Very hard to bowl to somebody who pounces on, you know, anything fractionally short. It means your margin for error as a bowler is so tiny. Banton, this is great for Banton that Will Smeed's doing this because it gives him that little bit of time.
Yeah, Banton can just get to his work, and if he gets one away, then that's a bonus. Looks like he's gonna hold out here. Poor shot from Banton, to be honest. Didn't need to do that. Smeed going so well at the other end. Feeling the pressure of a few dots potentially. I think that was a change of bowler as well that's picked up the wicket.
Yeah, looked a bit they caught in two minds kind of shot. It was more of a flick. I don't think he meant to go that aerial. Looked like a bit of a leading edge on that one. Real shame, as everyone wants to see a Tom Banton in form. But that's the nature of 2020 cricket. He'll be back, no doubt, later in the week. But it brings in the hero from Canterbury, Riley Rousseau.
Ben Allison into the attack. Not played much T20 cricket for Essex. Did play the Royal London Cup last year. Second wicket in the game. But bowling change from Simon Harman. But that happens. But again, it's the point you two were both making earlier. What you don't want is Tom Banton to make 20 off 20, 25 balls. Actually, it's fine to fail once in a while going for it, because in other games he'll be the match winner.
Yeah, it's not a game where you can, you know, plod around. There's always got to be a point where you've got to go boundary hunting. Fortunately, that was just a bit of poor execution there from Bance. But like I said, the way that Will Smeed's going, it's okay, because it brings Riley Rousseau, who's in great touch from the win earlier in the week.
First chance for this Cooper Associates County Ground crowd to see him in action.
It's off the mark straight away. Nice deep square. Sams does the fielding out there. I do like a left-right hand combination, more so when I'm watching up here, when I'm observing cricket. As a captain, it's an absolute nightmare. But yeah, I think Rousseau, in terms of being a left-hander, really savvy signing by Somerset. Yeah, just makes it really hard for captains. We were talking earlier about field sets and people being able to ramp, etc. When you're rotating strike and got left-right hand all the time, it's really difficult as well.
So there's this lad bowling now. Certainly got a interesting action. Allison, a little bit like Richard Gleeson, sort of arm goes past the perpendicular, sort of angles into the right-hander across Rousseau. So just a little bit of a what I'd call a slightly funky action, angling the ball a little bit, and I think that's probably what undid Tom Banton. That little bit of angle he's creating by his arm going over and across in a funny little direction, getting a bit of angle into the right-hander away from Rousseau.
Wickets today, I think, Richard Gleeson. I'm sure I was reading during the interval. Middlesex have won in this group as well. They've started 3 from 3. Didn't have a great year last year, but Angus Fraser's fledglings, as they like to call them, young side, full of academy products, they're going to be a side to watch potentially in the Vitality Blast this year.
Well, someone's got to qualify with Somerset, haven't they? So takes no time to get going. He's spotted that angle and belted Allison over, let's face it, cow corner for 6. Best part of the ground.
Ooh. Another 50 quid as well for Sporting Minds charity. Rousseau, when there was some, I know it's social media again, but given the ilk of T20 players Somerset have had in the past, Conway, Chris Gale, Babar Azam, there are some people that were a bit meh about Riley Rousseau, but actually when you look at his record, he's played 15 times for South Africa. He was in that same situation as Kyle Abbott. They both kind of decided at exactly the same time that they were going to give up the chance to play more for South Africa. He's got 3 T20 hundreds. There can't be that many players in the world with that behind them.
Well, again, that's the brilliant thing about sport and social medias and having an opinion, is you can always use it to prove people wrong and fuel your own little fire. And I'm pretty sure the Somerset faithful, after watching him the other night, will be now championing his signing. So, like I said, the people in the know, the people that play the game, the top level, they see people like Riley Rousseau. I think you always get a sense of how good an overseas player is, because I knew that when we played against Hampshire, you had to get him out or you weren't going to win. It was simple as that, so that suggests he's a pretty good player.
He got 150 here a couple of years back in the Royal London Cup.
Yeah, he likes to hit the ball hard, doesn't he? So, yeah, great boundary in that over, and hopefully he'll hit a few more maximums, get a bit more money into that charity pot. That's what we want to see here. Looks like it's going to be Cook back into the attack from the river end.
He will bowl a pace that I think Riley Rousseau will quite like the look of. Sam Cook has a knack of nipping the ball, even though the Kookaburras aren't known for nipping a great deal off their slightly flat seams. Sam Cook has that ability just to get a bit of movement, but his pace, I think Riley Rousseau's eyes will be like saucers at the moment.
Where do you think he's looking to target here, Triggs? Where's he eyeing up?
Straight back over his head. Unless he bowls short, of course.
We have a couple. Michael Pepper scrambling around, doing the fielding. No gloves for him today. I enjoyed watching him bat, not from a Somerset perspective. I think he's an exciting cricketer as well to come out of Essex. Saw him in the Championship last year as well. Bit of a changing of the guard for this Essex side, really, from where they were a couple of years ago. But some exciting young prospects.
His bounce has been used, so Riley Rousseau knows he's going to have to come full. That's another thing that you need to factor in when you're thinking about, you know, T20 hitting. Sam Cook's just bowled his bouncer, so he can't afford to go for another one. So you can pretty much predict where the ball's going to be. Riley Rousseau was there waiting, unlucky not to get that one away. It's definitely not a game for just see ball, hit ball anymore. You've got to really think about what you're doing. Look into the stats, watch the footage, what slower balls each bowler has. Sam Cook has an off cutter, a leg cutter, slow ball bouncer.
Oh, sounds like he's got them all.
He's got them all, but one thing he doesn't have is anything quick enough to trouble Will Smeed, as he belts it right into the very last row of the river stand. It doesn't look like he got all of that, but that's gone absolutely miles. The strength, the power, the biceps on this boy.
Talking about people in the gym a bit earlier, I'm not sure anyone, when Will Smeed goes into a gym, I think everyone else clears out. They're just embarrassed. What power on him. Somerset already matched and passed Essex's 6 count. They need 3 in their innings. Somerset now got 4 already.
Yeah, talking about Rousseau's power, but Smeed is matching him and outdoing him at the minute.
Just hit it into that smeary part of the ground, doesn't he? So
Knew that
another
was coming.
4 runs for Will Smeed.
They packed that side of the field, haven't they? There's that almost a ring of 3 or 4 players in the offside, but just behind square, Smeed has found the gap. Difficult for Essex here now because they're already, the run rate's already dropped. What, 7.22 it is? They need wickets. So
Yeah, they do. They need wickets desperately, and we spoke about it earlier how that does store a team's momentum with the bat, and yeah, Essex desperately need to get one of these 2. But at the minute, Smeed is looking in very good touch. And he goes again. It's another maximum. And it's another drop in the crowd.
I couldn't see it from the pillar, but you could hear from the crowd's reaction that someone put a catch.
That was one of those where he's leant over the boundary boards there. He could have toppled over, but he's just bailed out of the catch instead.
Nobody likes to see those, do they? No, I think that is the one. That's the one thing. I was slightly concerned watching Sam Cook bowl, because you know he hasn't got that sort of quick bumper in him. He's that sort of pace that unless he gets his skills exactly spot on, it's very hittable, especially on a wicket as true as Taunton is. The Somerset batters know it. Riley Rousseau had a go, but Will Smead absolutely took him down. A bit of a throw of the dice here. Simon Harmer coming on. Key performer. If Somerset can play him well, they'll be a long way towards taking the points here tonight. Long way from home though. 55 off those first 5 overs. A great start from Somerset.
Got to get Smead right now. That's all they can be thinking. They just need him out. Bit of a, looks like someone might be sat in front of the side. It's amazing how many times it happens in cricket. I saw it at Lords the other week. People just kept walking and sitting and thinking, oh, there's a load of empty seats there. We can go and sit. So waits and goes over the top. Doesn't even have a look at his fellow countryman. Paul Walter, who's one of the tallest on the circuit, is stationed at mid-off quite deliberately for the chip. Gives him a little bit of extra height, but he put the jump in way over him.
Quality shot that. Somerset have really got the momentum now. But yeah, I really like the way Rousseau looks to hit over mid-off, that extra cover region. Really strong, powerful shot that.
Welcome to the crease, Simon. It's not very nice, is it, fellow countryman? He's gone again, and the same result, another maximum slog sweep, cleared the leg, belted over cow corner again for 6. Riley Rousseau picking up where he left off at Canterbury.
Hoping this Somerset crowd are going to get a little bit better at catching as the Vitality Blast continues. I'll let them off because it's the first game that we've had here in the T20, but yeah, they could do with some work on their catching techniques in the crowd.
It used to be in those very early iterations of the Blast. I think it was worth £1,000, wasn't it? A crowd catch at the start. Oh God, the crowds have got much better too, like the fielders. Harmer's going to switch and come around the wicket to Rousseau, change of angle.
I think the health and safety executives jumped all on top of these cash prizes for ludicrous diving catches across. People patiently watching their cricket.
Would that have been the father of a former Somerset player?
Paul Bullback, or Blakey from on the buses, as we used to call him when he used to get into his officious mode. But yeah, I don't think the health and safety officers at county grounds enjoy the old financial incentives to take catches.
So a little bit interesting now because I think the power play is just finished halfway through that over, obviously because of the reduced overs. A little bit quirky in the shorter format of the game now where you can finish the power play halfway through an over, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Somerset continue to go as hard as they have been or they just knock it around now.
That, ladies and gents, is why we have a skipper in the box. Well, I can't speak for Peter Trigo, but I was oblivious to that.
Well, I just noticed it. I thought, well, they only had 2 out at the start of the over, so yeah.
Finishes that over with a single then. Somerset, 6 overs gone, 69 for 1. Not too late, by the way. Those of you might remember it from last year, last couple of years. Streaming style. Show us your setup. You can be in the ground as well. And you could win a Somerset Vitality Blast shirt for your efforts. I'm not sure up in the commentary box we're eligible for this competition, unfortunately. But if you're at home watching, or if you're in the Cooper Associates County Ground, hashtag streaming style, we will pick a winner very shortly.
It's cracking flags out there now as well. It's very bright up here in the comms box, but yeah, it looks like that rain has passed us by and bright sunshine here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Aaron Najjar into the attack for the first time with a bit of left arm spin. Not as short as Smead thought it was going to be, but just flat bats it down the ground for a single. Paul Walter gets a lovely cheer from the misfield from a very generous crowd in the River Stand. Really, I mean, you went to university with him. It's such an underrated bowler, Aaron Najjar. Actually, almost, I think he would have played more but for Simon Harmer, which is it's fair enough as a but for, but really useful in the Vitality Blast for them.
yeah, it's good to see him getting to go in the short format. I'm not really sure whether he's played much 4-day stuff for them, but yeah, they probably do rely heavily on Harmer, and it probably has reduced his opportunity. But yeah, I think he's been involved at Essex for a few years now, since leaving uni.
Yeah, it was an interesting side they had. I was having a look. I think Tim Rouse and Neil Brand both played. Rouse, I think, had a summer contract here. Neil Brand played at Taunton Dean, another King's lad.
Yeah, I think Neil Brand, South African, playing out there, and yeah, from what I've seen on social media, he's been doing pretty well out there. So yeah, they were 2 other lads that were on the programme as well.
Jake Libby in that side, Kieran Ball too. Wonderful programmes, those MCC ones.
Yeah, it's great to see Jake Libby doing well. Obviously, went up to Notts and now at Worcester. But yeah, one of the nicest guys that I've met, Jake. Yeah, he was always very encouraging, and yeah, great to see him having a really good career now himself.
Major then to Russo. He's got 24 Smedes at the non-striker's end on 46. He fielded his spread. Russo just tucks it into the leg side. They'll think about a couple, and they'll come back for a couple. Longer boundary out there. Simon Harmer.
Great run in. Taunton crowd love it too as well. Big cheer for that one.
26 now. Russo's got Somerset very much in the ascendancy here, well over halfway there. 70 runs to win. Reverse sweeps out. Straight to Will Buttleman though, who does the fielding. End of the over. 7 overs gone, 74 for 1. What do you do?
Something stuck in my throat. So thanks for that. It's getting to that comfortable stage, isn't it? Whenever you see run rate and a 6 up on the scoreboard, 2020 cricket seems like a very, very nice place to play. But I'm sure the Somerset batters would not want to take this game to the last over. So I don't expect a massive downshift in intensity, especially not from Will Speed. He looks like he's hitting the ball superbly tonight.
Keeping himself on then, Harmer. Went for 14 in his first over. Good over from the jar that, by the way. Went for just 5. I guess they've got to gamble, Essex, and just hope Harmer picks up a couple of quick wickets.
Slightly different surface to bowl on that Simon Harmer would be used to. I know he's pretty successful wherever he goes, but playing at Taunton the last 5 or 6 years in a championship game will be a lot different to bowling on this hybrid belter of a pitch we have today. Not much spin on offer at all.
Tips it round the post as it's smashed back at him. Keeps it down to a single. Might well have gone for 4. It was hit that straight. There is a man at long on and also a man at long off. Paul Walter and Michael Pepper down here in front of us. And the Marcus Druskovic brilliant. Umpires trying to get the scorers. Just trying to work out what's going on here. They're waving at the scorers. It was all technology.
Alex Wolf's on the How's That
Yeah.
Trade Nation.
Is he trying to stream in
Yeah,
style, do you think?
Giving a little cool, isn't he?
Round the wicket to Rousseau then, Harmer.
Trying to get one into the block hole there, missing it. Certainly looked like Riley Rousseau was poised to give that the full treatment. I think it was really clinical the way that he in particular saw that run chase away. Didn't let it get anywhere near the end overs. Finishing it in style. Will Speed smears one away again to mid-wicket. Now that I've heard that, I don't think I can unhear it, unfortunately. I'm going to have to...
Synonym smear.
I'm going to have to go into some sort of anti-smear program.
It's a quite a good vocal warm-up, that probably, isn't it? If you say that Smeed smears at speed 6 times quickly before the game.
Well, I've had actually sent to me some suggestions of different words that could be used. Smeed stripes it, various different things like that. But
some of them non-broadcastable.
It kind of works, doesn't it? No, not all of my friends are that way inclined, Sam. He's certainly something to behold, to watch when he's in full flow. Simon Harmer appeals for the LBW. Riley Rousseau goes on a little bit of a wander. I would call that a panic run, thinking the LBW was pretty close. Adam Rossington unable to swivel, turn and hit the stumps, so Riley Rousseau survives to bat on as Will Smead has a change of gloves and a little bit of a drink refreshment off of 12th man Jack Brooks. See Brooksy on the field.
Shows Somerset's depth. Brooks hasn't played yet in this year's Vitality Blast, but he was really good in it last year, debuted for the club. Hadn't played T20 for a few years. A few of those around. I saw Toby Rowland-Jones playing for Middlesex. Hasn't played for 3 or 4 years, but bowled beautifully up top. Aaron Najjar then is going to continue. Smead, 48 not out. He's got.
Yeah, Michael Hogan would be another one. Don't think he played for Glamorgan since 2019 or something.
He get a fifer?
He's got a fifer in the last game and had 3 wickets, I think, as well.
Push down the ground for a single. Smead moves off to 49 when there's a man in our commentary box who's in decent nick with the bat. Is it too late to see Petrie go somewhere in this year's Vitality Blast? I don't know.
Absolutely too late.
The way he's hobbling around today.
Absolutely. I'll play if there's at least 10 games or 10 days between games and no practice.
No different to your career then, Peter.
Well, yeah, it's about right, isn't it? It's a tough gig. I think once you put the full-time training to one side, it's very hard to recreate. It's right, so just steps away. Belts that rather favoured cow corner area. I'm starting to like Riley Rousseau more and more with every slog that he hits. Clearing that leg, using his power, his strength to belt the ball over cow corner. Very famous sort of Somerset saying, isn't it? Cow corner. Picking out the stingers.
Yes.
It's often heard at the club cricket grounds around Somerset as he runs down the wicket in a slightly more conventional fashion. Belts the ball into the Lord Ian Botham stand, bouncing off the walls. I hope everyone in the crowd is okay. But another 6 runs to the Somerset total. Somerset move on to 96 for 1.
We talked about Will Smead and how quickly he was scoring runs. Rousseau's just overtaking him strike rate wise. Both of these up above 200. No hiding place for Essex right now.
90 for 1. Touch there from Riley, trying to ramp it over Rossington. Doesn't quite get it right, gets a single to bring Will Smead back onto strike. When you get a partnership like this, you are at the mercy of a mistake sometimes. They've used all of their bowlers. There's no surprise bowler they can bring on, no Rashid Khan or anyone like that to get you a wicket. They're just hoping that one of these guys makes a mistake, otherwise it's going to be a very short evening here until Will Smead, fantastic 50. Well batted, Will Smead. Well smeared.
25 balls is that, I think. Striking at 200. Not a bad little innings this, and they'll be wanting to finish not out and keep smoking them to the boundary as well.
That's huge from Riley Rousseau. That is out the ground. That is another 150 quid for Sporting Minds. Riley Rousseau. Well, they kept Aaron Najjar for another over, and it turned out to be a bad decision. 15 off that one. 9 gone. 92 for 1. Somerset.
I reckon Smead's had a word with Rousseau here and said, mate, it's my charity. Keep whacking them out of the park. Yeah, unbelievable. Rousseau's only 4 away from 50 himself now.
Right, well, it looks like Somerset are going to win this game in Vitality Blast, and we have a streaming style winner too. There we go. In the ground, looks like they're in the Cooper Associates county match. Trying to work out exactly where they are. In fact, the on dart shape pavilion, is it?
Maybe,
yeah, beautiful. Well, congratulations, Somerset shirt, Vitality Blast shirt on the way to you. So a brilliant day out all round. The Somerset crowd just get G'd up by a little bit of music.
Yeah, definitely got a little bit livelier this late afternoon into the evening now. Loving the maximums from both Smead and Rousseau. Somerset 98 for 109. Cruising.
Yeah, Daniel Sams back into the attack overseas player, you want your overseas to come in and win games for you. He's got a tall order here if he's going to claw Essex back into this one. 2 overs for 21 so far. Turned around the corner by Will Smead, but Will Butterman is down there at fine legs, so keeps it to a single. Somerset approach 3 figures.
It's all looking so easy, isn't it? If only it was this easy, but Somerset are cruising at the moment. Essex desperate for a wicket. Somerset closing in on that 100 runs. These two have been absolutely electric. The only blip of the night, really, was the dismissal of Tom Banton for 2 runs, but these two have been exceptional.
So then, 4 short of a half-century of his own. Drives down the ground, it's really straight. Is he going to get there? No, good bit of work there from Paul Walter. It's a long way down for him to move to his right, sliding along the ground. Picks it up cleanly. The Somerset 100 is up, 100 for 1, just 9.2 overs. Quite nice 9 overs, so hasn't it, Sophie?
Yeah, it's been very good to watch. And, hopefully a little bit more action that we can look forward to. Smead back on strike now. Just looking around the field. Where's he going to go? Let's have a look.
No ball.
It's not been a... I was about to talk about sound, I heard that one, but I did just before that ball hear the sound of Somerset la 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 around the Cooper Associates county ground, which I think is one of my favourite sounds in world sport. Brilliant to have an almost capacity crowd in here. Will Button comes up to short fine leg and an extra man goes out, so there's 3 protecting that long boundary on the leg side. Smith pulls away into the gap. He was in control of that, rolled his wrists, and they just pick up a single.
He's in great form. Of course, we haven't seen heaps of him live. Certainly looks like he's got a very all-round game. Very, very conventional in some ways, but so powerful. I think Andy Nash was right. He looks technically a fantastic talent. So lofts over backward point off the thick edge. I'll pick up 2. Riley Rousseau also this innings no slouch. He moves on to 49, 1 away from a well-deserved half-century. What a great partnership this has been so far.
Yeah, worth 78 off 40 balls now, these two. Rousseau's been the dominant one. He's got 49 off just 23.
Yeah, he's out hitting Smead's 6s 5-4 at the minute. Timed beautifully over point. That's Rousseau's 50. Goes there in style. That's we were talking about Critchley's 6 over point earlier, and that's, I know that's only 4, but that's just as good. That was quality from Rousseau there. He moves on to 53.
Today, actually, he was just beautiful, wasn't he? Just so in control of that. .36 T20 half centuries now for Riley Rousseau in his career. On the 300s. Some player strikes at nearly 140, but going well above that today.
Lovely elaborate sort of celebration as well I saw there from Riley. Maybe a little ode to the dartboard. He looked like he was using his bat as a dart or something like that. You know, there's a dartboard up in the county ground dressing room.
Yeah, he sort of raised the handle as opposed to the blade, didn't he?
He looked like he was throwing a dart. Maybe he's the man to take on top sport. Games of 5:01 in that dressing room.
Somerset need 34 to win here. They've got 8 overs to do it, 9 wickets in hand. It looks like it's going to be pretty emphatic, but you just never know. T20 cricket, over nearly 6,500 of you watching on the live stream as well. Brilliant to have you all with us, as ever, courtesy of Trade Nation. Somerset potentially winning a game of cricket, they're also going to raise a lot of money for charity, Trade Nation, donating at least 50 quid for each six. There's been a few out of the ground, which they'll get £150. Will Smeed apt that he's out there scoring a few of them, given it's his chosen charity, Sporting Minds. Bit of leg spin on Matt Critchley, and all he's done is helps Buddy so donate another 50 quid to charity, because he's flat batted it straight down the ground into the Nordy and Bowden stand for another 6.
Pride are loving it. Lots of 6 banners being waved around, particularly in the Somerset stand there.
Just having fun now, isn't he? They're both loving it out there. He's gone again, Riley, absolutely out of the screws, over the Trade Nation stand. Another maximum here. Matt Critchley, really dangerous leg spin bowler, is being tormented at the moment. 2 balls, 2 sixes. Somerset are absolutely flying.
Not really the matchup, is it, when you've got Rousseau 50 not out and you bring in your leggy on for his first over. Rousseau's probably licking his lips here.
I think they're just trying to beat the traffic.
Well, before that ball, 6 of the previous 10 had gone for 6. It's 11 sixes in the Somerset innings so far. Rousseau's moved on to 67 off just 28 balls, and he scored 42 of his runs in 6s.
He certainly looks like he's come over in fine form. Great to see. Will Speed says, I'm not happy with this. You're not upstaging me, Mr. Rousseau. I'll have a piece of this action. He belts one into the Lordy and Botham stand. This is magnificent viewing. A real sign that Somerset have set this team up to dominate this South Division this year.
And that's the 100 partnership from these two, 102 off just 46 balls. Top edge. Good work from Sam Cook in the end to steady himself. You can hear the silence around the Cooper Associate anti-ground, but only be temporary, because I have a feeling they will give Will Smeed a warm round of applause.
Yeah, it's a really good sign that actually. He looked really disappointed that he'd played that false shot. He looked like he's really hungry to see this home, which is a great sign. You know, most us mere mortals would be really happy with 58 as a day's work, but Will Smeed looks really disappointed. I think that's a great sign and a good insight into his attitude, because that means there's unfinished business for the next game, the next game and the next game. But in comes captain, fantastic, Tom Abel. What a man to have coming in, number 4 in any T20 team.
Just his consistency in the last couple of years. He came back from England, basically won the quarter-finals single-handedly against Lancashire here on the CV. He made runs, he made 50 in both the semi and the final, 50 in the semi. Just constantly scoring those runs and anchoring the innings. If not in the same way as you were saying a bit earlier on, Sophie, he might score runs at the same speed. Won't do it in the eye-catching way that Ryan so might.
Yeah, I think very different to Rousseau and Smeed and Banton, to be honest. But yeah, I spoke about it earlier. It's his smartness, it's his game awareness, the ability to just play with the field. You know, when you've got the ability to sweep, reverse sweep like Tom has against spin, it's great to watch. And also he plays very well off the back foot as well against spin.
I've been actually thinking for a while now, whatever happened to West
Top edge. Rousseau tries to sweep harder, and Essex have 2 wickets in the space of 3 balls. So it's gone from
a little bit disappointed that game. I think one senses is coming to a conclusion pretty soon, but pretty disappointed to see a couple of wickets falling. I suppose never had to give someone a knock, someone a little sighter. They might be the heroes, Rousseau and Speed might get good balls in the next game. It'd be good to get other people to the wicket. In order. I didn't think Lammers did bat at St Lawrence County Ground, Kent, did he? So good to get him an opportunity out nice early, because he will be needed at some stage in this competition. So never the worst thing to never be the time.
Top six keep coming, doesn't it? Lam and B, Gregory. You're talking of runs last year, that 90 against Gloucestershire here. Associates County Ground. To mid-wicket. His first ball, Aaron Najjar in there, just the fielder. Gets off the mark with a single push down to mid-off. So Lammy's got one. Abel is yet to score. Somerset 130 for free if you're just joining us. But they need just 14 runs off 6.5 overs to make it 2 victories to start the Vitality Blast.
I'm not sure that could be a more comfortable position to come in. So if they think we'd be happy to strap the pads on now, maybe even Sam. Sam would probably be keen to go out there now. It's quite a comfortable little place now, isn't it? 13 runs needed.
I'd make a lovely naught off one ball and then walk back off, probably, having been had my stamp shattered. Well, you know, I'm the only one letting the box down in terms of runs this weekend.
I reckon you could go out there, you could play a few nice little leaves, block a couple.
Oh, here we go. Speaking of runs, here is a man sat behind me, but yesterday he was in action, double 100 up on the screen for Western Supermare. Lammonby just pushes down the ground for a single. I believe that was the highest score for Western Supermare. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, I remember the day because that was the last day where I could walk without a limp. Whereas now I'm walking like the old pirate peg leg at the moment. Really struggling. It was a nice day. Got a few out the middle. It's very nice.
There's our second Streaming Star winner. Look, it looks like they've got the playoff final too, but nice to see they've got Somerset versus Essex on the main screen. A can of Thatcher's Gold, enjoying what we hope is going to be a Somerset victory. So, congratulations to Steve Steer at Somerset Fruitcake. Watching the Grand Prix as well. What a day of sport! Now he's got a Somerset shirt to end it. Lammonby pushes quickly down the ground. Yeah, you got to bat with a couple of your... Well, you were playing with a couple of your boys as well?
Yeah, the lads were playing as well. Yeah, my youngest lad is absolutely savage because I kept him padded up for 45 overs. But when he had a go at me afterwards, I said, "You can bugger off, son. Dad's turn today."
Bragging rights in the Trigo household. You can imagine it's quite competitive, Sophie, wouldn't you?
I would imagine it's very competitive. It's very competitive in my household with my dad and brother still playing as well. So
it's the only way, isn't it, Sophie?
It is, yeah, it's the only way. And yeah, I've come out on top this weekend as well. So I'm going to be making the most of that one because it doesn't happen too often.
Must just say congratulations to Nottingham Forest back in the Premier League. I spent the last couple of years living next to the ground, so great to see that team. You know, we always think back to the 70s, 80s, the Brian Clough era. Great to see Nottingham Forest back in the top flight. Somerset got to tick off another win here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. 135 for 3, cruising to victory.
I'm not sure Sophie and I do much thinking back to the 70s and 80s, did we, Sophie?
Well before my time.
It's just that green jumper, the old Cloughie's green jumper. It's iconic, isn't it? A couple of European wins. Back at the top flight after 20 odd years.
Amazing to see. And your former county Nottinghamshire, they're huge fans in there. I was at Lord the other week when in the semi-final, and Stuart Broad just waving up at Dave Bracegirdle. What's the score, Dave? What's the score?
Yeah, I'm sure the lads will be. I think they're on their way to Wembley today, so I'm sure they've had a great day. I'm going to be playing a bit of find the fielder at the moment. With a required run rate of 1.5, 8 runs to win, plenty of time, Lammers. Just see it home, pal. It was the one surprise from yesterday, Sam, so if I must admit, you know, now that I'm not training every day, I have not pulled up very well after 45 overs of batting. I had to call Bradford's to hire a crane to get me out of bed this morning. Thanks for everyone in Bradford's for that.
You see in the distance.
No, I got one of those stair lifts downstairs. So.
He had all the children were kind of like helping him up. You see him from a distance, he looks very suave, and then he starts walking today.
It's not a good sign, not a good sign, but well worth it.
8 to win then, Somerset here. 5 overs remaining. Harmer's bowling it. Tom Abel, he's pushing straight at Paul Walter.
First thing I did when I got off the field was said to the lads, well, you got 25 years to beat that now, lads. Good luck. Harmer into bowl again. Pretty soft, full toss to Tom Abel. Patted back to mid-off. Plenty of time. Just get a few sighters. What a great performance here from Somerset. Hard. Oh, it's got to be one of the most unlucky dismissals you'll ever see. A phenomenal reverse sweep. It's gone about waist high all the way to the boundary, and he's picked out the field. And what a disappointing way to go for Tom Abel. A great shot. But again, Simon Harbour's done his homework there, hasn't he?
Yeah, I don't think he could have hit that much better, to be honest. And I think that's what Kent did the other night as well. Is someone like Abel who does reverse and plays very well off the back foot against spin. That cover fielder does almost become a deep point just in front, and yeah, very unlucky from Abel there. He'll be disappointed. He'll be kicking himself, but yeah, I think it was the right option. Essex looking to squeeze. They've got a lot more fielders in the ring now, just trying to put a little bit of pressure on the new batters. You know, they're only 8 to win, run rate of 1.8. So yeah, pretty hard task for them, and yeah, Harmer's just trying to squeeze them in.
I don't think the runs are an issue at the moment. It's just about trying to see it through. A bit of personal pride here. I think at these stages the batters have a bit of an eye on the old averages, get a little red inker. I don't think there's a batter in the world that doesn't like a little not out for the old stats.
Yeah, all about a red inker.
They all count at the end of the season, don't they, Sophie?
Absolutely.
Hard to mid-off, Paul Walter. There's a relatively good effort at stopping that, but just burst through the hands. So require 6.
Crowd enjoyed that. If you're watching on from the stream, don't forget 2 more games over the bank holiday Jubilee weekend. What a lovely way to start it as well. Wednesday night, finish work for 4 days. As Gregory pushes back to Simon Harmer, and you can come down here and watch Somerset take on Sussex in a 6:30 start. There are some tickets still available. Head to the Somerset Cat and Cricket Club website for all the details. And then why not make it a double? Friday night, Glamorgan are coming across from Wales, and well, Mr. Hogan will be here, as Sophie Luff was saying. Fifer for him against Surrey. Big Aussie influence actually in that Glamorgan dressing room with Labuschagne and Nisa, Kenny van der Guchten. So Wednesday night, Somerset versus Sussex Sharks. Friday night, Somerset versus Glamorgan. Tickets still available.
Allenby just hits that one down to long on.
Isn't it amazing when you get I know the game is kind of the game and it's done in so many ways. You know, Somerset are going to win this game, but it's amazing when you get 2 players that have got themselves in and a tick in, and how easy runs are to come by. And you lose a couple of wickets, you know, 2 new batters come in, and even though it's, you know, probably guided by the situation, it's just not as easy. It's always a thing you must remember in a run chase. It's always harder for the next person coming in. But then again, if your backward point lets balls through his legs for 4, that certainly does help the case. And I think maybe that little bit of cricket there is indicative of Essex's trip to Taunton.
Yeah,
but we don't mind
their
that.
performance.
He had a look down, didn't he? He was keen to blame the ground there, Will Butterman. Scores a level, so everyone comes up.
The ironic cheer as
I love that
Butterman
one.
gets hands on that one.
Is it oh, I think I've led you down a merry path there, Peter.
Snater?
I think
Might
it's
be
Shane Snater.
Snater,
So
yeah.
the sub-fielders come on, yeah.
Yeah, that sort of Aussie sort of mullety hairstyle going on. Should have noticed that, shouldn't they? As Lewis Gregory hits inside out over cover, a fantastic cricket shot to finish this match. That races away to the Trade Nation stand for 4. Somerset win the match and they win it convincingly. Thanks mainly to Will Smeed and Riley Rousseau.
Set up by the bowlers, though, I think, you know, restricting Essex, and it allowed Rousseau and Smeed to go out and play the way they did. But that was a clinical performance by Somerset. 2 from 2 now, and they're on a little bit of a roll. They've got a busy week, and yeah, that momentum's going to be key.
Certainly is my man of the match tonight. Don't know about you, Machant de Lange. 4 wickets for next to nothing. Changed the game when it looked like Essex was starting to go. Him and the combination with him and Lewis Goldsworthy. He didn't get the rewards tonight, Lewis Goldsworthy, but he played a real big part in pegging the back. But Machant de Lange, 4 wickets tonight. He's my man of the match.
Can't disagree with that, Peter. You've reminded me as well. You always forget it with all the fireworks with Smeed and Riley Rousseau. But yeah, that de Lange spell really put the brakes on Essex. It was brilliant to watch, brilliant all-round performance. 15 sixes, I think, by my calculations in the game. So I think that with the running total was 1,250 quid to Sporting Minds, thanks to our friends at Trade Nation, who'll be running that throughout the season. 50 quid for every 6 hit, £150 if it's hit out of the ground, but there is a little bit of commentators.
God, the person who signed that after they realise it's Taunton, crikey, that could get expensive. But thanks very much to Trade Nation. Lots of local charities reaping the rewards of their generosity. Thank you very much for being so generous. What a great day we've had here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. A Somerset win. Essex back up the M4 with their tail between their legs. They're a tough team to beat, but Somerset have made it look like a walk in the park.
Yeah, 2 from 2 for Somerset then. What do you say if you're Essex there, Sophie? It's just one of those days where everything's gone wrong for them.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those days, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, Sophie, just going to interrupt you. I've set you up and I'm going to pull it away because Rob Scanlon has grabbed Riley Rousseau, I think, down touch
At the moment, 81 not out on debut in the week, and then that blistering 67 off just 29 balls today. Riley, look like you're seeing the ball pretty well.
Oh, not too bad, I guess. Very nice to have another win for the team, so where I can contribute, very nice.
Did you have much time to bed in when you arrived and sort of get used to the conditions, have some nets and really hit the ground running?
Yeah, I did. I had some good prep, and I've played in the past, so I kind of know what to expect. So very happy with my performance so far, but more ecstatic that the team got the W.
Always get great crowds here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. What did you make of it today, the atmosphere?
No, fantastic. It's one of the best, I think, in England, and I love it. I love the atmosphere, and thank you for everyone that did come out tonight, and hopefully we see you guys again soon.
A lot of potential in this team, isn't there? How far can you go?
Well, I mean, we've got to take it a game at a time. It's still a long tournament, so just going to concentrate on the next game, which is Hampshire tomorrow.
Just finally, for the youngsters watching you hit the ball so cleanly there, and your body position and the way you strike the ball, what's key for you in your successful career?
Keep it simple, see the ball, hit ball.
Simple as that. You make it look simple.
Simple as that.
Enjoy your evening. Many congratulations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Riley Rousseau. Man of the match performance in his second appearance for Somerset. Blistering in the week. Same again today. Back to you, Mark.
There you go, you had it from the main man's mouth. The best atmosphere in England here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. It helps when you're pulling off emphatic victories though, doesn't it, Sophie?
Absolutely, and I certainly agree with him. Best atmosphere by a long way, and yeah, as the crowd sort of filter out of the ground now, they've seen some great cricket today.
We have, I mean, we shouldn't forget Sophie Luff's Western Storm, as we will call them. Sophie led from the front with runs in the first innings, emphatic victory. Western Storm sets them up for a big game on Wednesday afternoon against South East Stars.
Yeah, big afternoon, big game actually against the Stars. It's a 2:30 start at Bristol, live on Sky as well. So it's the first Charlotte Edwards Cup game of the year to be on Sky. So yeah, I think we're playing ahead of the guys there. I think it's some team called Gloucester or something playing after us. But yeah, I'll be sure to be following the Somerset scores this week.
I've heard of them. I'll put it in Google afterwards and try and find them. Well, what an afternoon's cricket we've had here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Thank you very much to all of you watching and for all your comments. Thank you to Trade Nation, naturally, who are the reason we're able to bring you these live streams. 1,250 quid to charity as well. Sporting Minds will get that for all the sixes hit, the majority of them by Riley Rousseau, who you just heard from, and Will Smead. It's apt because he was the man that chose that charity. Quick reminder, Wednesday, Somerset versus Sussex Sharks. Friday, Somerset versus Glamorgan. A Jubilee weekend double. Tickets still available from the Somerset County Cricket Club website. We'll be back on Wednesday. We've had Peter Trigo here today looking resplendent. Hopefully he'll be walking a little bit more easily come Wednesday. Sophie Luff, thank you very much. You won't be here Wednesday because you'll be in action live on Sky Sports.
Yeah, unfortunately I'm missing the next couple of games because I'm playing. But yeah, hopefully be back in a couple of weeks on comms.
Playing has to come first. Gives me a chance to try and score at least a run to come up to the commentary box with Peter Trigo and myself. Sam Dowling will be back on Wednesday. I think Charlie Taylor is joining us. Somerset started the Vitality Blast with 2 wins from 2. They've got another game. They're playing away at Hampshire on Monday. Games come thick and fast. We will be with you in about 4 days' time.